What's going on, everyone? It's Nina Infinity. Welcome to my channel on this Wednesday. This is Breaking the Narrative, and I have here tonight with me two lovely, lovely guests that I'm so excited to talk about this topic with, which is the topic is going to be the debate, word war debate of Ana Kasparian versus Pearly Things, and she's or AKA Pearl Davis, I should say, where there are debating feminism and the effects of feminism on the Western culture, specifically the United States, and has if it's benefited or not from feminism. So, what an interesting topic. Ana went for feminism, obviously. Pearly Things took the against side, and insanity ensued after that. And I actually have watched the debate. It was crazy, and I was like, we've got to go over this. But the reason that I saw it was all because of Chrissie Mayr, who's here tonight. Give a round of applause, everybody, to Chrissie Mayr, who's here tonight. Yes.
Stop it. That was my own sound effect. In case no one applauded. Hello, everyone. Wow, I'm excited to be here with Nina and Verbal to chat about this because I wasn't planning to really recap this. I went, it was this, these guys are great. It's called Word. I thought it was World for like a day and a half. It's Word War Debate. And these debates, and Pearl and Ana were not the only ones. They were just like, what's it called? The upper card, the big card, the big
They're the headlining debate.
There were other debates, like there was some Jewish guy and some other guy talking about Israel. There was another debate about something else. Clearly, you can see how well I paid attention on those other debates. I was there for Pearl and Ana. And I, thanks to Word War Debate, I got a VIP ticket to go check it out.
Ooh.
And did a little bit of streaming, did a little bit of networking, chatting. Sam Tripoli was there, and Gavin McGinnis, and actually not so erudite. Her real name is Kayla. They were all booked to be like commentators. You know how like the street they have like the old puppet guys like up in the balcony. That's kind of what they were there to do.
I didn't know who the girl was at all, but I liked her. Like out of the three, I thought the girl was really she was really good. Gavin was strange because now mind you, I don't really vibe with Gavin like too much. Just like his humor is just not my type of humor. However, like when I was watching the debate, he did say something and I was like, dude, you're just making shit up, because he was like saying how Pearly Things is Pearl is a mom, and I was like, since when is Pearl a mother?
When did that happen?
I think he was drunk because he said the same thing to me. He was like doing a big setup for a joke, and I like because we were chatting. I think I don't know, it's before he went upstairs and said it again. He was like, "Oh, Pearl's a mom." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "She's a mom," and he said, "Yeah, we have a kid together," and like that was his joke. But I think he got to get to the punchline when he was doing.
That I was wondering that, Chrissy, because I was like, is he trying to say it's like his secret love child's with her? I was
trying to.
I was so lost.
It was basically a joke that didn't land.
Yeah, completely. The punchline never came, so I was like, okay, like, is that what it was? Yeah, but that's interesting.
With these things,
but the girl was Kyle Turner. She's very I don't want to say very left, but she is
very left. She was booked to be like the leftist commentator, and Gavin was the right commentator, and Sam was the one booked to be like kind of in the middle.
Oh, okay. I definitely didn't pick up Sam being in the middle. He definitely seemed way right. Like I was like, they need a better center guy for sure.
Yeah, I follow Kyla. I think she tries to be what do you call it? A level-headed leftist, but she is still very much left. Yeah.
I mean, I picked that up as well, Verbal. Like I thought she was definitely lefty. Like I pick up that she was lefty, but certainly not like, super cringe lefty. Like she was like pretty nuanced lefty. Like
she uses a lot of word salad for the most part for me. But
okay.
What I heard someone call her a Destiny orbiter.
Oh no! Did she bang Destiny too? Oh no!
Friends, no, she's married. She is lovely, by the way. She's done, I think, I had interviewed her or had her on Simcast at least once or twice, but like in person, I didn't even recognize her. Like she's gorgeous, very sweet. I met her husband was there too. I met him, and I don't know. Being leftist, it's like having AIDS. You can't just have like a little bit of AIDS.
Yeah, you know what it is, Chrissy? It's like, and it's so true that it's like that. And also, though, like I think pretty leftists are kind of rare now because most people are like, "Oh, you're pretties and you're lefty." Like that's weird because most leftists look like freaking dogs now.
She's
So you're like,
gorgeous, and just in general, it's hard for somebody producing this kind of event. And even like Tim Pool has said it on his show, it's hard to get lefties to come out to things to debate their points because they're just they don't want to leave the safety of their echo chamber. They don't want to leave their bubble. They're very afraid to interact with anybody in the middle or on the right. Whereas like people on the right or in the middle are more open to that sort of thing. So
and I'll give Kyla this, man. She does go on every show. Like I've seen her on Aubin Preach. I've seen her on Timcast. She does the rounds. So like I'll give her that. And she does try to talk to people. She is kind of Destiny light for my taste, but
I don't know anything about this. Was the first time I got to know her. Like I barely even watched what she had to say because honestly, like I kind of was like fast forwarding through that so that I can like watch the actual debate. So I didn't really listen to what she was saying, but it was interesting. But we also have Verbal Riot here tonight. The black guy. He's
the
here.
black guy. The
black guy. Of course.
Happy to be here. I always look, anytime you want to talk about Pearl, bring me on.
Oh wait, you know what? This is my sound effect for Verbal Riot. I
oh my god! You know what's funny?
I don't even hear it anymore.
What was that?
Verbal. I think Pearly Things would be a huge fan of yours. I'm basing that on nothing.
Wait, are you sure? Because I'm not one of those Manosphere guys, right? Like I'm not like Sneeko or any of them. So I mean,
no, but you have the right complexion. I think she would.
Oh, you mean I'm her type, right? I like my women a little bit more petite, like just a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. I'm excited. Like these guys who are running it, they're very ambitious. They're doing another one at the end of March. So hopefully I can help them and work with them.
No, and I will say this, like I'm not a huge debate person. I don't necessarily like the debate situation. I don't like to debate myself because I always feel like debates are basically like convincing no one. I like to have conversations personally. Like I'm not a debater. But I do think because there's a lot of people that are, and especially like
it's a male thing.
Yeah, and but also like in high school and in college and stuff, you do have like debate teams and things like that. And I like the idea of having a place where people can carry out their debating careers or whatever, and just like have this big stage where you can actually do debates like this. I think it's a cool idea, and I hope that they're successful. I think this one was cool. Like this was a cool debate, and like seeing Ana Kasparian live on stage too was kind of special because I haven't seen her debate like that for a long time. I don't remember the last time I saw her debate like physically debate, because I've seen her go on Piers Morgan like many times, but I haven't seen her debate physically for a long time. And to debate someone like Pearl, I will say this: I did think it was unfair from the beginning because I was like, there's like, I mean, I just saw it and I started laughing, and I'm like, this is like the Simpsons episode where they put up Homer Simpson against Dredrick Tatum, because how do you think you're gonna put like how are you gonna put Ana Kasparian versus Pearl? Like, I mean, come on, she debates for a living. So it was interesting. I don't know who picked the contestants, like is who picked like whether it was going to be Anna versus Pearl, if they picked each other and they were fine with it, like how it got organized. Those things are fascinating to think about, but it happened. So
yeah,
we're gonna watch
think,
it.
Ideally, I forget who I was talking to, but like ideally you would have someone who's far left versus someone who is far right, like on the same topic. And Anna's recently kind of walked away from the left. I think
a little bit.
A homeless guy molested her or something. Something horrible happened. Something horrible happened where she was where her whole
she was accosted by a homeless guy.
Yes, where a whole community cared more about the perpetrator, like the guy who molested her, than her. And they were like,
I
"Oh,
didn't
he's
know that.
unhomed."
Oh yeah, that's when Anna made her big switch. Is when she realized that, hey, you know what? Maybe the Republicans are kind of right about this whole like homeless situation.
Oh
Um,
no.
yeah, because apparently it was like a sexual kind of assault too. So yeah, you know what? I was gonna say I think the whole word war, is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Word
word war.
I think it's a great idea, man, to be honest with you,
It
especially
is.
like in this like post Charlie Kirk kind of world we're living in. The fact that, you know, we could have these kind of conferences and the left and the right can come together and kind of just debate it out. I'm all for it. So
By the way, as Emorx is saying, you guys, we are live across all 3 platforms. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X. So if you are watching on anywhere, please make sure you smash the like, share the stream, all that good stuff. Tag Pearly things if you want. Tell her we're talking about her because we will be talking about everybody.
tell her to hop on.
And we also have Ian here, Ian so forth with a 50 big one. Thank you, Ian. Woo!
I like your applause better than mine.
Yours has noises.
Mine's very male. Listen to how male mine is.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yours is like a bunch of guys at a strip club where the strippers
Right?
finally take off the bra. And they're like, yeah. Ian says Pearl Vina sounds like Dostoevsky novel.
Pearl Vienna. What a weird way to write that.
Pearl Vienna. Oh, like Vienna, like
Vienna.
Vienna. I see. Pearl Vienna. That's funny. It sounds like a Dostoevsky novel. I like Dostoevsky.
I'm like, wait, was that her last name?
No.
Last name is E Things.
E Things.
E Things.
Oops.
E Things.
Pearl E Things. Okay.
So I get there. I was like, I don't know how much I want to live stream. Like, I know the event themselves are doing live streaming, and then first person I met when I got there was this lovely girl, Grace Thorpe, who ended up streaming like 10 hours straight, like the whole day.
Wow.
And I met her at the bar, like in line for the bar. I was like, hey, what's up? And her chat was like, that's Chrissie Mayr. That's Chrissie Mayr. And she's like, are you? I'm like, I'm not a big deal. Like, calm down. Like, you really shouldn't know who I am. It's like, it's fine. And then we were kind of buddies for the whole day. And so I'm streaming and like walking around, and I wanted to go chat with like Crystal. No, Gaz. Okay, I did buy Pearl a drink because we watched our beef famously.
Accusations are already like being piled on here because Pearl didn't do great.
Oh my God, can you imagine? That would be terrible. So anyway, I was so excited. I was like, I want to meet Pearl. I want to see Crystal Marie. And anyway, so this is the moment where I met Pearl. Sorry if like the audio isn't good. I just was like a little bit tickled to meet her. So this is me talking to a random lady. Yeah. I'm going around the audience. I'm like asking people, who are you guys on Team Anna or Team Pearl? What do you think? Oh my God. Guys, it's Pearl. And I was on Pearl Watch.
Oh my God.
Pearl. Yeah, I say this. I go, Pearl. As she's having like probably a very important pre-debate meeting with like her handlers and her people. And I just Pearl. I come up out of nowhere by myself with my
We're like fangirling on.
Oh yeah. Full on.
Oh my God, it's so good to meet you.
I high-fived her because I was
Hey, she didn't leave you hanging there.
No,
she high-fived back.
She would reject a hug, so I was like, let me do a high five.
Oh, prep.
You look really familiar. I mean, I know I've probably seen you on YouTube.
Hi, Chrissie.
It's nice to meet you.
Hi,
Yeah.
nice to meet you, Chrissie Mayr.
Which I like your because I don't know your frost.
And I was like,
Thank you. I'll
and
never
I was
do
like,
better than that.
I was like, I don't want to talk to these handlers. I was
Yeah,
like,
where's
I wanna talk to
Pearl at?
Pearl. And then some guy's like, I loved your frost. And then I have to address
Wait,
that.
Pearl had handlers?
I don't know if they're handlers. I think one was her coach, this guy Terrence, the white guy. And then there might have been another kind of like helper coach guy there.
I'm like, I don't want to live in a world where Pearl has handlers, man. Like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
Like,
what's going on here?
I think they were her team. She has employees, you know.
Oh my god, that's
That
funny.
Frost.
I'm talking about Frost.
Gavin fired everybody.
I'm talking about Compound Media. Gavin McGinnis fired everybody, bought Compound.
Yeah, I like the guy that did New York Crime Report.
And I'm like, stop
I'm
talking
very
about.
excited.
I was like, I want to talk to Pearl.
Yeah, I'm excited. How do you even prepare for something
Wait, is
like this?
Pearl like standing there the whole time?
Yes, I'm trying to like talk to her, not these.
And she's not saying anything. She's just standing there.
No, not really. I was like,
I was telling somebody like this is the last thing I would do. This is like I would rather gouge my own eyes out because like just debate seems so.
this is
kind of
what I
like-
do when I'm trying to like make someone else feel comfortable. I'll talk a lot and about myself, and I'll just overshare. So I'll just like, hey, jump in whenever. I'm just warming up the water here. Just chum in the water. Feel free to come in and start munching.
Okay, so my impression of Pearl, and you should know Chrissy because you met her, is that for me she's like a human bot, right? Like is that what she's really like?
Seems that way. When I met her, oh my god, I'll never stop talking about this. She was, first of all, like so tall. I was prepared for tall, but she's so tall. She's
Like
as
6'3",
tall-
6'4"?
she's as tall as one of my lights in here.
Wow.
Like she's definitely over 6 foot
Oh,
tall.
she's a Sasquatch for sure.
And she had heels. But she's been working out and like she looked great. She was thin. I told her she looked ethereal. She was really,
Wait,
really
whoa,
pretty.
no.
Whoa,
Were you
a
drunk, Chrissy?
Ethereal.
I'm telling you guys, she is just not photogenic. She is really pretty in person. Like her hair looks
Wow.
fantastic. Makeup
Shit.
looks great. And I'm just here to report back to the people.
Wow.
was
I've
so
never heard anyone
know-
refer to someone as ethereal. Like that is
Yeah, that's
a-
I
crazy
didn't
shit,
say- I
man.
was like, no, you're
High
not like, not like a woodland fairy, but maybe if there was a tall, like gigantic woodland fairy, maybe. I mean, you see how dark it is in here. Who knows if that was helping her out? But
giant. And you're like, oh my God, you're
It's just like that Dave Chappelle skit where we talk about Rick James and he saw his aura, like
I just but like her energy she had very like sweet, kind energy. She did not have like
wow.
aggressive,
Mean girl energy.
shitty energy. You know, she
That's
had
the kind of
good-
energy she has on Twitter. Like on
Even-
Twitter, she has super mean girl energy.
had-
well, she has that when
kind
she's
of
on it, when she's
shy
on,
energy.
right?
Like
Yeah.
she seemed even kind of shy or like standoffish or like definitely not like, oh my god, hi. Like that's how I am.
Outgoing.
Even if I'm like kind of not excited, and I was excited to meet her, but if I'm not really excited to meet somebody, I'll just overdo it because I don't want them to be like, wow, she was a bitch,
You know what though? That it's fair and it's not fake because I think like I know for me, I think Chris Gore will say the same thing. Like when we're not on, like when we're not doing conventions or when we're not like in front of a bunch of people, even when we're there, we're still kind of like reserved.
You're
You know what I mean?
always
Like
on.
we're not as
Mhm.
crazy as we are on our show. So I'll give her that.
That's interesting because I'm always myself. So like I don't know how that works when people like turn it on and off. Like
Well, it's
you
not
met
about-
me,
it's not about,
Chrissy.
like,
Both of you have
It's
met
not that
me.
you're not
Am I
yourself.
not the
It's
same
just that it's
person?
just like a different
You're the
part of
same.
yourself, right? Like there's the show part of you, and then there's it's still the same person. It's just when you're actually around a group of people, you're not,
Right.
it's not the same
I
thing.
mean, I get it, but I'm saying like you guys met me. Like was the show part of me different than like the
You are
me?
exactly who you are. Like
Yeah.
you're the same exact person. But sometimes when there's an event like a convention or like a happy hour or like a meet and greet,
Yeah.
you do have to kind of turn it on because
Yeah.
like, well, there's one way with like
Ah.
if fans are coming up to you or like whatever, people who follow you are coming up to you, you don't want to seem like a bitch. You have to be a little bit like you have to give it shit. I'm sorry, like
No, you're
right.
right. Absolutely, she's
coming out
absolutely
to
right.
see you, even if you're not in the mood, you do have to like, and then if you're doing
Right.
a networking situation, it is a little bit like a lot of mini interviews, kind of in a sense, or if there's someone, oh, I really want to meet that person, you're going to want to show your best self really, and not sound retarded. So
Wow, that's
Kind of.
interesting. This is also interesting. Ian so forth with another 50 big ones. Wow,
Whoa.
that's insane. Thank you, Ian. My go- He says Pearl Handler sounds like a Jan Marcel novel.
Pearl Handler. Haha.
Wow, that's funny.
This one sounds like it could be a
Like
sex
li-
toy.
He's
Now,
the guy that
Chrissy,
wrote Life of Pi, for those of you that don't know.
I have a question, Chrissy. Who threw this event?
Word War Debate.
Okay, so that's the organization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
we
but I
live
don't know. Like,
in-
I don't know who runs it. Is the Jewish guy the main guy that runs the event?
It's
Like
always the Jews, man.
I
It's always the
don't-
Jews.
I did not encounter any Jews personally, but who knows? Maybe I'm.
No, I meant like the guy that was sitting in the center, like the center guy between Gavin and the other one. Is that guy is actually like one of the
I
people
don't
of the
know.
event?
There's this guy named Rob who was, I think, one of the bookers in there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
gonna play.
Yeah, I thought that guy was like throwing the event for some reason. But
Scary.
maybe it's just
Yeah. You have to really like, I don't know,
Right
put
now
on
I'm-
armor, I think.
Yeah, Pearl says I'm not gonna lie, this is my least favorite form of I guess debate.
I'll show you some pictures later.
I should have the camera on her, not on me.
But the people demand it, I guess.
Yes. Turn the camera around next time, Chrissy.
I mean, you doing stand-up pro would be iconic.
She told me she wants to do stand-up.
There she is.
Yes. Oh, they love. The chat is saying they love you.
Leonardo in Vegas, if you guys did the mark, I was thinking my first stand-up.
Do stand up. You know why you'll be great? Is because you already have so much experience, like public speaking, and
That's what I was thinking. I told her, I was like,
But she's so sweet. Look how nice she is.
She's being cordial. Like she's definitely not being bitchy.
you guys, I have to put this out here. Pearl is like stunning in person. Like you don't even. I don't see
It's
anything.
the
Damn,
length.
you said it in person right in front of her?
I'm like overwhelmed how pretty you are. Her teeth are perfect.
I am in person.
You're
That is crazy shade.
Wait. That's mean to say she's stunning in person?
Because
It's
otherwise,
Yeah. Otherwise, like, all
otherwise
the,
she's like
all
a
the
sea hag, right?
otherwise, when she's
I would
online,
take it-
she looks like a
someone came up to
dog.
me and said you're stunning in person. I would take it as a huge compliment because like people just see, I don't know, photos and videos
The
online.
camera fucking adds.
Damn,
like,
I'd
20
be
pounds of
thinking, how do
ugly,
I
that's
normally
why.
look?
I
Right?
think it's always better to be a pleasant surprise in person. Like you don't want
That
someone
is true.
because sometimes you meet women and you go, oh my God, this woman filters the F out of her photos online, and then you meet them and you're like, oh, this is different.
Stop talking
That's
on
fair.
I was not trying to insult her. I really was like excited to meet her, and she was so pretty. And I was just like, and I was like, I don't even see
camera. Pearl almost turned Chrissy. Like this is what I'm picking up here. Frank,
know,
watch
right?
out.
Oh
Holy
yeah, I'm
shit.
Big Liz now.
like I don't mean like a woodland creature, like a woodland elf.
I never really thought that was even.
Look, we're
You're
vibing.
more than mid. You're truly like
It's because you're
calling
funny. It's because you're
calling
funny in real
herself
life. Like she's laughing
mid.
at your joke already. Like, look, you've already broken the ice. She's laughing. She's having a good time. She
Yeah.
doesn't seem
She's
like
I'm
she's
mid. I'm like, you're
that-
more than mid.
She is tall, though.
very
She
tall.
is-
Damn, she is really tall.
And that's what I think it all comes down to. That if I was making a hypothesis, if I was writing a thesis statement, for a college paper about Pearl, I would say it's just, I think it's unfortunately just like her height has given her this chip on her shoulder. But
Mm.
there's so much going for her, and I hope she can melt away some of this like red pill stuff that she's I hope she can take off the red pill sweater she's been wearing all this
Oh
time.
God,
I have a
I don't
question.
know if that's gonna happen.
So the black guys that she dates, right? are they usually taller than her or like around the same height?
Don't know. I don't think she's dating this guy here.
Wait, isn't that her boyfriend? I think it
is
is.
it? Okay, maybe it is. I thought it was like debate handler, but maybe it's her boyfriend.
I'm
Well,
pretty
I've
sure it
never
is.
seen
The
him, but-
only reason I recognize him is like because of the Britney Venti videos.
Oh,
Oh.
God.
So I'm pretty sure that's him.
And she already didn't like me because of the Britney Venti videos. She thought that I was
Yeah.
somehow responsible or related, which is silly.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
what's
people,
weird.
yeah. See that people are saying that's her
Like,
sugar
if
baby.
you call yourself mid, and then someone goes, oh my
And then I was like, this is her whole thing. She's calling herself mid. That way, when you meet her in person, you're like, wow, you're so pretty. I'm so impressed. It's like when guys go, oh, I have such a tiny penis. And that makes it go, let me find out.
Oh, by the way,
Wait
no
till
guy
you
ever
see
says
it.
that. No guy has ever said, "Oh, by the way, I have a small dick," right? Like
Actually, no, I have met someone that's done that. Camelot. Like he told me he
Yes.
had a micropeen.
He is constantly saying he has a small
constantly
penis.
talks about he has a micropeen, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to find out. So I'm not really sure why you're advertising it, but yeah.
But anyway, she whatever she's doing, it's working for her because she she looks great. She's just very tall.
You're so pretty. And then
Kids have to go to conservative media because none of us are hot enough to make it.
She said mids have to do conservative media because she said none of us could make it in Playboy. She included herself in that.
Cecil
Cecil,
apparently
true.
does that. I guess it's like a self-deprecating thing for some guys. Like,
why is it that Playboy is like that the peak, the goal for us?
Chrissy, we have a Rumble rant over on Rumble from the Mexican Junior, who says for $5, can Chrissy broker a peace between Pearl and Venti?
Probably
I
not.
don't know that either of them wants that.
Yeah, I don't know if
I definitely don't think Venti wants that.
I don't think Venti wants that. I don't think
It's not in Venti's best interest for a peace deal right now.
Yeah, I don't think
It's her
so.
cash cow.
Yeah.
She has a beautiful smile.
How long can you do OnlyFans for?
I said, how long can someone do OnlyFans for? She said, as long as most conservative commentators. So she's like trying to, I feel like that's like, she's a little bit running material. Like, oh, there's similarities between OnlyFans girls and like conservative influencers. Like she's, it's cute what she's doing. She's like, can I make you laugh? Are we vibing?
She's trying.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you age out probably around the same time. And honestly, probably most of these OnlyFans girls.
I am holding my arm out as far as I can too. Like I just get the beginning of my head.
She is a giant.
To try to get her in.
I mean, it's crazy because like when I saw this, I mean, I saw that you extended the olive branch basically because I thought this came across as like kind of like an olive branch from you. And then I saw that she would throw shade on you on the freaking thing. And I had watched the debate at that point. So I was like, girl, I know you're just not throwing shade right now after you got your ass beat on stage. Because it was pretty bad. And then like, you being super nice to her. And then she went and like did the pearly things, mean girl thing towards you online.
I think there's Pearl online or on Twitter. And then there's Pearl in person, and I think they're two different people. I think like her shtick is to say like, comment under my photo, you're too old to have your tits out. That's her online persona. That's her brand. Just like someone could argue like me making a racist joke on Twitter is my brand, but if I like meet somebody in person, am I going to say a racist joke right away? Maybe. We're really vibing, but
I mean, you and Verbal are vibing right now. Are you going to say racist?
I did chirp. I did do my chirp for him.
She did the chirp.
That's true. Oh yeah, that's true. She did chirp.
So again, like this is somebody that we've beefed back and forth. Like she said I had a buzzer beater baby. I said she fucking looked like a refrigerator. But now I'm going, you look beautiful in person. Like she has a very sweet energy. It's not what I expected from someone who seems combative. So it made me my guess was correct. I'm like, I think it's a thing she puts on. I think it's
Oh, absolutely.
So, okay, so let's move to the debate now because
how did I leave it? Let's see. I just was like, Pearl. Let's see if I said anything interesting.
She's gonna be like
together. I've never been happier. Oh my god, I'm literally bouncing. I'm walking on air.
And then I
would never have like said hello to her. I would have probably just been like,
oh, you got
like across the room kind of thing, because I don't like being mean to people. But if somebody told me I had a buzzer beater baby, I couldn't be nice.
Again,
like,
I know that's just
her
saying what she thinks she has to say to uphold her brand. I don't because I've been called such horrible things for so many years, and I feel like I've experienced so much real life horrible shit that somebody saying something on Twitter like barely leaves a
It
mark
just
down.
doesn't.
And I know in
Yeah.
my heart, like, I'd so much rather have a buzzer beater baby than no baby.
Not have a
So,
baby.
like,
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's what it was for me though, is like when I saw you advertise that like Pearl's gonna have a debate with Anna Kasparian, my first instinct was, oh my God, I hope Anna wrecks her. Cause like, I just can't stand that bitch. She's always mean to everybody. And I just don't like it. And it's not just you. It's just like she's constantly mean to all the girls. Like every
mhm.
girl that's online is just a constant in the crosshairs of Pearly things, and it's like,
Even
I
when
just can't stand her.
I offered to buy her a drink. I'm like, "Pearl, what do you drink?" She said, "Whatever's most expensive." And I was like, I was like, I'm getting you a Surfside, just like what I'm having." And, like,
But that's
she
interesting
actually
though that you say
sip
that that's, like, her personality, like, her kinda, like,
right, 'cause
switches.
I was like, "I wanna see who this really is." Like,
Mhm,
I wanna pick up the vibes. And so and I left her because I was like, "This is your pre-debate time, it's very precious," just like I know my pre-show time is very precious. I don't want fucking anybody talking to me. Like, if it was me,
mhm,
I would be hiding. I would be in
mm,
the corner somewhere. I just can't because again, talking to people, you expend energy, and I was like I thought she would've
mhm,
been laser focused on her stuff, but,
mhm.
so I was like, "I'll leave you be." And then I bought her the drink, and then I
I mean,
was
I give you credit because that is hard to do. Like I remember, going to events with Chris, like these um influencer events in Hollywood, and we step into the room, and there'll be a bunch of people that you'd recognize from YouTube, man, and the way they look at us, you could just feel the hate in the room, right? As
Mm,
soon as like we walk in there.
wow.
So it's like, yeah,
you know
it's
what? I don't like that, and if I felt hate from her, I was like, "Oh, I wanna go up to her even more now because I just wanna, like, whoosh, hold up and just fucking kill him with kindness." Like, I'm gonna
One
make
with
you like
kindness.
me. I'm gonna wear you down. That's my
Yeah,
goal.
that's how I am too for a lot of people. Like I guess it depends on how much I dislike you, but most of the time I'm like I'm gonna kill him with kindness because like I mean I am Canadian. That part of me is like definitely the Canadian part of me is like just be nice. It's okay. It's better to be
Oh, you
nice.
know what though? You brought up something earlier, Nina, where we were talking about like turning it on, turning it off, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's just in general, right? I think
Mhm.
when you have beef with somebody, it's very hard to turn it off and on. You know what I mean? It's just on all the
Right.
time if it's real, right? So what that showed me is like all that shit that Pearl said
Mhm.
It's not real.
about Chrissy, it wasn't real. It was just kind of like
Right.
manufactured. It was,
But that's
it
what
was
she
for the
does, and
show.
I think that annoys me about her because I'm like, "You know what? You're a bright, young, wonderful like, you're smart young girl, like, you can be doing so much more with your platform, and instead you've taken on this persona of mean girl, high school, and I'm just gonna make fun of people's appearance and, like, try and do this, like, weird thing
You
with the
know what?
manosphere," and, like,
There
dude, like,
Well,
they don't
that's
need you,
because
they
the
don't
red
like
pill is the
you.
easiest grift in the world, man, and she jumped on the easiest grift,
And
right?
after
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels died, there was kind of like a vacuum kind of an
Yeah,
opening up, like, "Oh,
Mhm.
where are all these people gonna go now?"
yeah.
And,
Mhm.
I think it's just something about everyone's got a feedback loop, right? And how much you respond to that is up to you. Like, oh, you
Mhm.
make the content you like, you make the content your followers like to see, or it's like some combination of both. And I think with Pearl, like, she's still kind of young, and again, like, it's all this red pill content, and her fan base is a lot of and people say, "Oh, like, you're the losers." They're not. It's a lot of men who have been hurt and wounded,
Yeah.
like, by women, and they're looking for somebody to, validate their feelings about women. Because like, when you're hurt, you don't wanna be like, "Let me turn the other cheek. Let me get back out there and find my soulmate, so I'm not gonna, like, be alone forever." You wanna be like, "No, fuck women.
Yeah.
They're all horrible. All they do is take your money. All they do is screw you over." And, like, Pearl validates that, so there's something and if you keep doing that over and over, you're gonna have a big audience of people who I don't wanna say they hate women, but, like, just the place they're in right now and the kind of
Yeah.
support and content they wanna see,
Mhm.
it's not gonna be, like it's fun to and then I'll shit on women too, like, we all do, but I think the feedback she gets 'cause but Pearl also she represents a lot of men who feel unheard and unseen and, like,
Yeah.
understood, right? So, that is part of what she does that I think is good. And
Me too, but it's like she has to find that balance of you can help the men that have pain, obviously, like you don't have to, but you can balance it out without shitting on women
Yeah, but Nina, there's no
constantly.
money in
Like,
that, right? Like, there's no
Mm.
money. The thing is, the red pill. Look, man, you
mhm.
guys are being way nicer than I'm going to be because I think the
Go
red pill are
ahead. Be
dumbasses,
mean.
right? I think it's full of shit. Everybody's been hurt by everybody, right? Everybody's been hurt by somebody.
I
All this
agree.
red pill shit about,
Mhm.
oh, men got to be tougher, they got to be high value, they got to be all these things to get a woman. It's like, okay, that's a small part of it, sure, but the reason why Pearl succeeds is because she is a woman and a
Mhm,
white woman at that in this space, which means
mhm,
that she's probably going to get a good chunk of people watching her, right? In the same
mhm,
way that Blair White, you know,
Mhm.
talks against trans ideology, even though she's
mhm,
trans. So she's going to get a certain group who's going to latch onto that because it's like,
mhm,
hey, here's this trans person talking about the bullshit of
mhm,
trans ideology, right? So Pearl is in
mhm,
that same bucket of, she was lucky enough to be kind of a minority in this
mhm.
Right.
sphere,
And she's
right?
calling out other women, which people go, "Oh, I respect that."
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. And yeah, you know what? You're right though. Like, I mean, I'm totally against the manosphere because I think it's a horrible thing that's like not helping society at all.
Yeah, you're never
But
gonna get married, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what my goal is. I wanna get people, like, meeting their soulmate, getting
Yeah.
married, starting a family.
yes.
That's what's gonna do society, and, like, what I just that's what annoys me about Pearl. I'm like, you're not gonna help somebody get married and be happy. It's just like a
Yeah.
Band-Aid. It feels good in the moment. It feels good to listen to your content. "Yeah, fuck women. Yeah, like, she did take me for all yeah, she did screw over my custody situation with my kid.
Mhm.
That sucks."
Well,
But, like
which is what goes over in this debate as well, which is I think interesting because finally like a woman who is very put together, knows herself, is married and has like that life figured out, was able to debate Pearl and kind of bring some of this stuff to light, which we're going to watch now, you guys. But before we do, Russell Hall over on Rumble says something to Chrissy. Um, sorry
Yes.
about this, Chrissy. This is Russell. You know him.
Yeah.
Maybe Pearl is just negging you. Try offering her
Mm.
try offering her a good old-fashioned clam slamming session and see if it improves her disposition.
Imagine if I just clam slammed her before the debate and then she won, I'd have to take credit for it.
Well, you know where clams well, you know where you know where pearls come from. Um,
Plan.
Right,
There
right.
you go.
so just putting it out there. All right.
That's funny.
Let's
Funny, yeah.
let's start. Let's start the debate.
Russell
Oh,
never
by the way, but
disappoints.
I guess before we start too, like, because you saw, you said you met Anna as well. Did you meet her after the debate
I
or
met her
before?
after I met her after at the, like, VIP meet and greet thing, and I was, like, really nervous to go up to her because she's just
Did you video that or no?
no, no. I was
Oh,
just
okay.
like, "Let me be a person for 5 minutes and not videotape something," and, yeah, she's like 5'2", maybe 100 pounds, like teeny tiny, but so polished, amazing skin, amazing hair. She looks way younger than 39. She looks fantastic.
Wow. Yeah.
And
Well, she looked fantastic on stage here, and apparently they come from oysters, not clams. Well,
I
shucks.
expected Anna to like, you know what you think like when someone is a certain level of fame or
Mhm.
smarts or beauty, you're like, okay, they can be this much of a bitch or this much.
Yeah. Mhm.
Like I'll allow X amount.
Mhm.
And she was like a regular person. She was so genuine, so
Aw.
down to earth. It wasn't one of these things where you're like talking to somebody and they're looking over your shoulder to see like who's more important that I can like,
Yeah. Who
transition
else can I
to.
be hobnobbing with?
Like,
Like,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Who else is
Yeah.
here? How can I transition away from this situation? She was
Yeah.
I loved what I noticed too was like how she was talking to like some of the fans and like that speaks a lot about somebody,
Her
like someone who can't
yeah.
how
How
you
she
treat
carries
someone you
herself.
can't get anything from, right? And
Right.
there was this like
Yeah.
mom-aged fan who was like giving her like hors d'oeuvres, like, eat, you haven't eaten. And I was like, oh, this is cute.
Oh,
And she was just so
that's cute.
sweet, and I was like, like, really wanted to be friends with Anna after this. I was like, "She's
More
great."
than Pearl, I hope.
Well,
More
I
than
don't know if
Pearl.
it's possible with Pearl. Pearl's got a few walls up, and,
Mm.
but I think they're coming down. I think,
Slowly.
I
Slowly.
think she's just gotta.
Like, I hope this debate humbles her a little bit. She needed a little bit of humbling, and she got it.
Oh,
So
it did. It humbled her
hopefully-
a lot. Have you seen her videos after this?
we're gonna go through some of those.
Okay, yeah.
We're gonna go
Pearl was
through
definitely
some.
humbled. Okay.
We're giving a ton of exposition.
Yes, a ton. Now, okay, going into this debate, Chrissy. Now you met Pearly Things. You were like, on top of the world. You're like, oh my God, we made friends.
I really thought Pearl was gonna win because I knew Anna is great and very experienced and polished and all that, and like comes from maybe more newsy background without knowing a ton about her. And I was like, but Pearl's got the leg up topic wise. I would say anybody at this event, anybody watching like in general online content is going to be more like based, more of the mind, like, yeah, feminism screwed us over in a lot of ways.
Agreed. Yes.
And so
yes.
I thought Pearl's got the leg up. She's got the easier topic to debate here. So
I agree.
Well,
but
yeah,
who
kind of.
were
But
you
I also feel
personally
like
rooting for, Chrissy? Like, who were you personally like? Who
I
were you
was-
like? Ooh, I want her to win.
I was rooting more for Pearl only because negative or positive, I've interacted with her more, and I had never interacted with Anna, so I just didn't know as much about Anna as I did about Pearl.
Okay. What were you saying, Verbal?
Oh, I was gonna say, but also, you got to punch at your own weight, man. Like, look, I do respect Pearl for having the guts to get up there, right?
Yes.
Because I'll be honest with you, there's certain people I would never even dare think about debating, right?
Mhm.
Anna being one of them, Candace Owens being another, right? I wouldn't even put myself through that, right?
Yeah.
Pearl knows exactly who her fan base is. She knows exactly, what her shtick is.
Mm-hmm.
She knew better than to go up against Anna. Like, she knew better. Like, there's no way she thought, oh, I could beat her.
That's why I'm shocked she accepted the debate. I'm like, who even like how did she accept this? Because if I was told I'm going up against Ana Kasparian to debate feminism of all things, I'd be like,
Look,
I'm out.
I give Jank a bunch of shit. I would never debate the guy, though. I mean, it's like you got to know like where your limits are, man.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. But you know what? Like what you said is true. Props to Pearl for going up against Anna. Like, that it takes courage to do something like that. So good.
Yeah,
good
and
for
I
her.
hope she learned a real lesson. Like, hey, you know what? If I'm really going to do this, I got to start like doing my homework. I got to start,
Hey,
practicing.
that's how you learn, though. Yeah, that's how you learn by failing a couple times. So it's okay. It's okay. Get back up there on that horse. So here we go. Let's start this.
We're waiting for her to get done.
Pretty
Because
excited.
Pearly Things
Come
is
on
gonna
here.
come.
And
She's just saying she's excited because we gotta get Pearl up on the stage. There she is. Oh my God! And I think we see you. Like we see a shot of you, Chrissy. And I was like,
yeah.
"There's Chrissy."
I was like, high five me.
Wait, what was it here? Like it was before, right? It
And
was,
see
like,
the
at
fact
the
that
door.
Enrique Tario with his girlfriend.
Dude, this is totally like a WWE event, man.
It is. There's Chrissy.
Yeah.
She's right there. Chrissy spotted.
God.
Pearl outfit choice is also interesting.
This color looks great on her.
The color looks great. It's a little Amish. She could have
She dresses like a sister wife.
Here's the thing, because of everything she said online about women showing their bodies, she can't have even a tasteful cleavage. You know what I mean? She can't even muster a little bit of cleavage because then she looks like the biggest hypocrite. So she has to make sure she can't show anything.
Yeah, but you can do Amish cute. Like this is a little bit
Amish sexy.
Amish chic.
Oh my god!
Like there's dresses like that, the collar dresses that are like really cute and like
She's like, I'm going for the Quaker slut look.
Quaker but sexy.
All right. Her hair looks good though. Looks like she brushed it.
I'm done.
All right, Pearl, welcome.
She brushed her hair. That's good. But I mean, look at Anna.
And Anna's really not showing anything. She is looking very professional, very Fox News.
Yeah.
Very, very
I'm gonna ask you the same question.
professional.
You're going to change somebody's mind tonight. One person, not one person.
I'm sorry,
How are
who's
you
the
gonna do it?
moderator?
What the hell's his name? Ben Swan. He
Okay.
to me is like Ryan Seacrest. Ryan Seacrest meets Siegfried and Roy. That's like, I was like, is he gonna
That's funny.
bang a tiger? Is he gonna host New Year's Eve? He can do it all.
Wow.
Oh my God, I can see it. I will say, you know what? That's the other thing that they could, like, this guy needs to improve on because it was their first one, but he needed to improve a little bit on the. Well, I mean, we'll get to it as we're watching, but like,
should be wearing a sparkly blazer. Like he should have been way more zhuzhed up as the ringleader.
I'm not even talking about that, but you're right about that. But I'm talking more like when there was long pauses, like he needed to have like a little bit of a okay, like let's go to the next topic, like
Right, I
give
get what
them
you're saying,
something,
yeah.
like some guidance into like he is supposed to be the moderator of the event, so he needed to moderate a little bit more, I think.
You know what? I think with the earlier undercard debates, there were no real pauses because it was like all men.
Yeah,
and
it was
maybe
just
they were
all
more classic debaters, and they were like,
right.
yeah. So with this, when there were pauses, I think he was like, "Oh, I wasn't prepared for anyone to stop talking."
Right. And that's the thing, right? Like you have to be prepared for the chance that happens. So I'm sure he's learned from this. This is a learning experience for everybody involved. Russell Hall over on Rumble for $1 says, "I wish this was a slap fight." Well, it kind of is. It's a verbal slap fight, and
well, Clam will definitely win that fight. So
I'm gonna
dude, look at her, man. She's a monster.
I know she's like so tall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up. All right? Have fun with it.
DJ over on YouTube says we need more of a slap analysis. It's true.
Pearl had very strong opening and closing statements.
Oh, her closing went on for way too freaking long. Let's keep.
Who was first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has
By the way, if you guys want to say something at any point, just let me know and I'll pause it.
Declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the US economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force.
I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but when and this is a very like feministy statement, like when you talk about the unpaid labor of having kids, and I'm sorry, it's a big inconvenience to take care of your parents when they're dying and they have nobody else, or you can't afford a 24/7 aid, or I'm sorry, you have to take care of your children that you had voluntarily. Like I just it's a pet peeve of mine when you say, the unpaid labor of caring for children. It's like,
right,
dude, it just makes you sound it makes you sound shitty because it's a labor of love. You shouldn't be like, let me count up the hours I spent feeding and caring for my kids today.
Well, that's definitely a feminist talking point. It's the, well, if women aren't going to have careers, then they should be paid for what they do at home. It's
Mhm.
like, no, your husband's out working, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
have the luxury of being home with your children.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees.
I like how Anna used Pearl as an example in her
Oh
in
yeah,
her
out the gate,
in
which
her
she hates.
Yep. And but that's what you do in
Yeah.
a debate though. Not that I like them, but in a debate, you got to get under your opponent's skin.
'Cause
And
you're
that's how you,
That's because
Yeah.
Anna's a professional, man. I mean,
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
I said, there's certain people you don't want to go toe to toe with.
like, here's how
Yeah.
you've already, before you said a word, Pearl, here's how you've already benefited from feminism. Woo!
Yep. Yep. I mean, I'm sorry, but she's right. Pearl has benefited from
And by the way,
feminism
that line was a knockout blow already. That was already a knockout blow, right? She
Yep.
already just gave her reasons why feminism is a good thing, right?
Yeah, and,
Like, what can
and
Pearl
there's
say
another
about
one
it
coming
now?
up. There's another one coming up right now.
I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the US Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London.
Wow.
She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional.
Pearl's already like, oh
Yeah.
no. Oh no. This
Don't
is
bring up
the smile
volleyball.
of,
Don't bring up volleyball.
oh my God.
Here.
This is the smile
She
of
later pursued
somebody who's
professional
like, oh,
volleyball
shit, I
in
just
London.
stepped in shit. Look at this. This is a very uncomfortable smile.
Oh,
She's like,
no.
Oh yeah,
ooh.
that's a smile of I done fucked up,
Yep.
right?
It's like this is that clip where I should have had it. It is this moment when she realized she fucked up. Like
Yeah.
this is that moment right
She
now.
could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman,
Ooh.
but she didn't.
She could have. But she
And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices,
Did she just call her a whore?
Pretty
Like,
much, yeah.
Damn. Look at this dude. He's like, uh-oh. She just
Yeah, he was like,
oh no. He's like, oh shit. She just called her a whore.
I know
God
that
damn.
shirt's pretty chaste looking.
God
Chaste looking shirt.
That is chaste.
she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
Damn.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good.
Wow. Well done. Well done in opening statements. Interesting. I was like, okay, Pearl's got this, right? Let's go, Pearl. She got this. Let's do this, Pearl. Let's go.
Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists.
Was it? Okay.
Americans
Sorry.
from their ivory towers.
I think Pearl's already at a disadvantage because she is tall and her mic is set up exactly the same height as Anna's, short person mic. So she has to hold her paper up, but then the mic is too low. So she's like, she needs a taller podium, basically. That would have helped her out a lot because
or at least like the mic stand should have gotten higher.
Anna's papers are at basically what her belly button level. Look where Pearl's belly button
Her
is.
crotch.
Her paper is basically in her crotch. So like that's a bad setup. She's already at a disadvantage because she had crotch papers. She needs a big ass podium. And then at one point they go, Pearl, we can't hear you, gotta hold the mic. So now it becomes cumbersome.
Yeah, but also like look, off the bat, her opening statement is already like, oh man, like I was always like, really? That's how you're gonna start it? And she's like, debaters are standing on like ivory towers and blah blah blah. I'm like, girl, like listen, if you're a millionaire, like if you come from a millionaire family or whatever, like a very well-off family, you can't start your debate with I can't stand these people. They're sitting in their ivory towers. Girl, you are in an ivory tower. You are ivory. Like you're you're white as hell.
Yeah.
Like you are.
But also, isn't Pearl like, I don't know, isn't she like rich?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. She's so rich.
Family.
That's what I'm saying. Her fucking family's well off. She's incredibly rich herself because she's made a name for herself. She's incredibly well off. So it's like for her to start with, like all these people standing on their ivory towers. It's like, dude, you're not one of us. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
You're one of them. So that's she didn't start off to me right away. Like that was not a good point to start on.
What to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity.
What was that, Chrissy?
I think that's a good point that she should have leaned into a bit more and she should have gotten into more of the statistics around like I think custody instead of she relied mostly on her interviews that she's done 1,000 of, which Anna was like, no, that's all just anecdotal evidence. So she kind of got her on that.
Yeah, but also like um she should have leaned more into the point of like, because Anna brought up like, well, having college degrees for women, like women getting college degrees in this fast paced world that we're trying to keep up with China, like how's that a bad thing?
Mhm.
And that's like, dude, that's such an easy point to like just hammer home with regards to how much feminism is brainwashing and brain rotting these women in
Mhm.
the universities and in the colleges. So
Right.
even the degrees that they're getting, they're not useful because they're going and basically ruining their lives after like because of the brainwashing they're receiving. I mean, there's a lot of
Mhm.
better ways to say this than I
Right,
just
there,
did,
there
but
was an argument to be had here, but Pearl wasn't ready for that, man.
yeah, exactly. This was she was just not the
Yes, she
champion
could
of
have
that
focused
argument
on brainwashing happening in colleges. She didn't touch on that at all.
at
That's
all.
crazy.
There's so much she could have gone into, but she didn't.
I
She
mean, we're
just
talking like fourth wave, third wave feminism. There's a lot of different layers to this, man, and
absolutely.
she was not
Yeah.
prepared for this.
No.
Fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In
That's
some
true.
states,
That's
that
true.
man will
Yeah.
will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious
20.
to these issues.
20.
It's a silent genocide.
I love how she's like
20.
20. Look at how she's so proud. She's just like, like chest very held high. Like she's just like, that's
Like,
right.
she already knows, like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do all right here.
She's like, I'm just fine.
Of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his wife was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because
What
he
the
filed
fuck?
for divorce first.
Wow.
When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here."
What the fuck?
At this point,
That's
he was
him.
forced to leave the
That's one of his, I think that's one of her handler guys. That was the one like
Okay.
came upon them and he's also the one when I shook his hand, he crushed my hand.
Ooh.
I'm not talking strong male handshake. I'm talking about he crushed my hand.
Oh, well, he clearly has like harbors a lot of resentment towards women, Chrissy. Like,
You can tell by the hand.
Well, I mean, if he's following Pearl, yeah.
well, yeah, I mean, like she's saying that a woman, like her ex killed his dog. So I can understand why he's like, you know what, fuck women.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just fucking squeeze their hands
I'm
and they
gonna
can
crush
go
their
fuck
hands till the day I die. Yeah.
themselves.
Did he at least
marital home and live
apologize
out
for
of his
that?
car.
No.
You know how some guys are verbal,
was
like they're just
surprised.
like,
I didn't even say anything. I was like, that's quite a handshake. And I was like,
I
Jeez.
hate when
What did I
hate
do?
when dudes do that. Like I've had that happen to me before where I'm like,
you should have a lady's hand, not a lady's
Calm
handshake, but
down.
a handshake for ladies.
there used to be a handshake where they would just take your hand and like, politely kiss it or like at least like, whatever. We've come a long way from that. Now they just want to crush the hand. Like,
Yeah, no, look, the way I shake hands with a
dude.
guy is very different than the way I shake hands with a woman. I mean, he should know better than that.
Okay,
calm
that's good
down,
to hear.
bro.
I'm like, is this what guys are doing? Just crushing hands, taking names.
Show
The divorce
dominance.
took away his home, his children, and left
you
him
did.
penniless and saddled with a child.
Okay, you got that.
Oh,
You really couldn't take it.
you're better than me. Okay.
support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. Well, at his post in 2008, a former commander.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Mr. Tickle Trunk, because I'm sorry, but like marrying a psychopath doesn't necessarily mean that she's a feminist or that this has anything to do with
Right.
feminism. Like,
You chose poorly.
yeah, it's like, dude, no. Like, if it's the same thing with women, like there's a lot of women that choose really badly when it comes to dudes.
The problem with these military guys is I think statistically they a big part of them chooses incorrectly for the most part, right? Like these guys choose a woman that, you know, they're about to be deployed. They just want someone who they can come home to. So they marry some chick that they really don't even know, right? And then on top of it, let's say you do know her. You're away for like a fucking year, right? While she's here by herself with other guys. So I mean, it's these relationships rarely work.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner.
Ouch.
So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence. Yeah.
Look, I don't have any.
Now, why am I telling you this? Because men and American.
What was that, Chrissy?
I don't have any dog tags from my comedy. I missed that he did comedy. He said he saved a lot of guys from suicide, which is so commendable.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can go around crushing hands.
Veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Ana have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. Stop it.
There was also like right now when she said feminists like Ana have pushed for, and I was like, is Ana even a feminist? Because I was thinking to myself, like, I don't even think Ana is technically a feminist. And it comes up later in the debate, which is interesting. We'll
you know what? Maybe if Ana was unmarried, that would look better, but she's married, so it's not a strong argument.
Exactly.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
Okay.
I will say, like, Pearl had a lot more support in the audience. Did you feel that way, Chrissy? Like when you were there, were you like, wow, people are really cheering her on? And
oh yeah.
Like you could vote.
But there were, I would say half, because I polled everyone. There were about half Ana, half Pearl, but like Pearl's fans were more like, okay, all right, you could. I think they were trying to like gas her up.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
It's gonna be a heavy one. We're gonna go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic, can you cite some actual studies that look at these statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in an
people what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how to
this debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided an anecdote.
Right.
See, like that's the thing. Like it's like you cannot when you go to a debate,
Mhm.
you can't like you are in an ivory tower shouldn't be a debate point. Like you have
Right.
to debate someone thinking, even if they are in an ivory tower,
What
you
are they
gotta debate
saying
them
in this
as if
moment?
they are on your level, and then just go based on the points, and then you address the points, and you address their statistics and whatever else they want to know. That's the whole point of a debate. And if you can't do that, then you've already lost the points in a debate because, like, it's not about attacking her for being like, oh, in some ivory tower. That's not a point. Like, no, I'm sorry, Pearl. You lost a point.
Right.
Because
It's
if you
not-
look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't stop
Alimony is paid
spending.
out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much?
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation.
I think that shared custody is the ideal situation. So the way when you really like hear that number, it's not so bad. Like in a separation situation where I mean any type of divorce or separation is bad for the kids anyway. But if you're going like, oh, statistically you're getting like half and half, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing.
Anna might be a little dishonest on this one though, because I think in California for sure that number is way higher of women who get custody. Sole custody of the kids.
I think you're right in terms of like it depends on the state a lot of the times, but then like on the opposite of that, if you go to Florida or Texas, that number's flipped, Verbal. So
Sure, no, I get
you
that.
know what
But
I'm
I think
saying? Like
they got to be more specific about those numbers.
I guess it depends on where they got to talk about, like if they want to be more specific about that. But I mean, I've known people like specifically in California actually that have gone through child custody cases, and they like the judge was, and also it always depends on what kind of judge you get as well.
Sure, of course, yeah.
That's a toss. But most of the time, like I mean, in my case, in the child custody case I know of that was in California, the judge actually sided heavily with the father. And then and in that case, the father was a drunk deadbeat dad that was abusing the kid. So, but the judge wanted to give the father a chance, right? Like, and usually that's what the courts want to do, is the courts want to give you a chance to prove yourself that you're going to be able to take care of the child, you're going to be able to do certain things, X, Y, and Z, and blah, blah, blah. And usually if you fall short of the court order, that's where you revisit the custody, and then sometimes custody is lessened, or in some cases like they get more time if they're doing well, and so on and so forth. But custody is also not just like a one and done thing. There's a lot of times where you go back and you fight for more custody and you end up getting it. And so these things are so like it's not cut and dry either, as like both debaters would like people to think. It's not that cut and dry. There's a lot of nuance that goes into custody.
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
That neither spouse is abusive.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier.
Oh no!
So you're like not at crotch level paper.
It's like she needs a bigger freaking booth.
She needs a bigger, like this mic extender needed to be adjustable, but it was not.
But she shouldn't have to look at her paper that much. Like the paper should serve only if you want to look
Alimony
at
and
stats.
medical.
Correct, Chrissy. That's a
Know
really
what you're
good
gonna
point.
say, and then
Yes.
it's either bullet points or specific stats. Like she's too much reading off the paper. Anna, she doesn't even need to. She barely looks down at it. And then at one point, one of Anna's digs towards Pearl is like, yeah, you do a lot better when you're reading off your paper.
Wow.
Yeah, that comes later. It's really good.
Care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
there are
Those are the
1.6
stats.
million. There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it?
Oh.
Comparative analysis is real different.
See, that's dude, you cannot be like, it's lower. Says who? Like, where is your numbers,
Right.
Pearl? You have to
Any
have, like, if you're
number.
gonna make that argument, you have to have a concrete.
Make up a number.
You know, I mean, at
Yeah.
the very least, I guess she could have made something up, but that's not good either. You can't make up shit because somebody like Anna would call you out on that.
Difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
This is
We missed
real
that dick.
difficult for you, isn't it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
This is where
Go
she
ahead, Pearl.
starts
What's
to
your next
unravel because she does not like
You have a
the personal attacks. She does not like the blood sporty, which is so funny because you would think Pearl would love blood sports and she would love
Yes.
being at each other's throats, but she starts to unravel because of it. She doesn't like these digs.
But that's the thing, because it makes it seem like what you were saying, Chrissy, that this is all a freaking act for her. Like, it's like on Twitter, she's got no, like, she's all bark and no bite. Like, it's like when she's in there and this girl's giving it to her, she's like, like, you know, like, it's like, no, dude, like, you're like, you stand your ground, Pearl. Like,
Very-
you know,
on
you have
Twitter,
some points.
very quick to insult me or whoever she's beefing with, but like she hasn't insulted Anna much at all yet.
Not yet. No.
asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should
I didn't
shack
say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn, word for word. You said it makes more sense for them to shack up.
Well, like, and like right here, she's like, I didn't say that. And she's like, you did say that with Trent Horn. Well, and then Pearl should have been like, I didn't say that. This is what I said. I said blah, blah, blah. Like, and then just go into like what you actually said. She's accusing you of saying something. You're saying you didn't say it. So tell her what you said.
Right.
Like, this is supposed to be a back and forth. This is supposed to be the part of the debate where, you know, she's what did the guy call him? Like, call it? He called it something. Interrogation. It's an
Right.
interrogation.
Like,
right?
I remember that debate, or like I remember that interview. What I said was this. And even if like you're pulling something out of your ass, it sounds better to the audience to be like, oh, okay, she is addressing that point.
Right. Or like, okay, like, oh, so Anna's then making up shit. Like, oh, but she didn't remember. Oh, she didn't remember, right? Maybe that's maybe she didn't say that, you know, like that kind of thing. Whereas and now it's like Pearl just stands there. And so the audience left thinking, oh, well, maybe Anne's right. Maybe she did say that, right?
Live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that you give to men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock.
You know what?
He's
And
my
then-
foundation.
And then Anna, she mentions how much she loves her husband, which is great, but this would have been a great time for stats about how marriage actually does lengthen a man's life and all the ways in which marriage does improve. Like, I'd be up there, be like, have you been to a longtime bachelor's house or apartment? It's fucking gross, you know?
It's sad. Yeah, it's a sad existence.
Guys need someone to pick up after them. Plain and simple. It's like, that's just how
they need the love. They need love. They need care. I mean, they're human beings. Like, I mean, come on.
Like,
we need all that good shit.
That we can't, you know what I mean? We need someone to fucking yell at someone who crushes their hand in a handshake, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did?
Oh, I love this point right here. Mr. Tickle Trunk says women civilize us. I love that. I love that. That's great. And this is also a really good point that Anna says about feminism. Actually, like point Anna here right now.
No, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is
Wow. That's such a great point. To me, that's another knockout blow for like, I mean, I'm not even like, a fan of feminism, but that's
she is
a
like, she
really
didn't
good
marry
point.
for money. She didn't climb. She didn't like need someone to take care of her. I love that. I respect that so much.
Yeah, and like for her to be like, yeah, like, I used feminism to like have a fucking career so that I can have a choice, economic freedom to actually marry for love. Like that's
Yeah,
really,
that was a great line.
such a great point.
Mhm.
And then Pearl's rebuttal is, well, how tall was
tall
he?
is he?
Oh my!
I'm like,
Oh,
girl,
yeah,
really?
which is not helping her because she's doing that out of like a reflexive, like, oh, there must be something wrong with him. But to the men in the audience, that makes her like a heightist. You know what I mean? That makes it like, well, who cares how fucking tall he is?
But also, Anna's like 5'1", so I mean, he's going to
Right.
be taller in some way, unless she married a midget.
Yeah, I know. It's like, how
Right.
short would he have to be?
And I married Peter Dinklage. How's that? Take that, bro.
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height.
Damn.
Oh,
Damn. Wow.
That was a good sound effect.
You know that meme that Simpsons meme where they're like, stop, he's already dead.
Yes.
Like this is that right now.
Yeah, dude, I have that.
She's already dead.
I think I have that clip.
Oh my God. Again,
Stop! He's already dead.
I didn't even ask how tall is he, because again, she could say anything. Is anyone going to height check her in real time? I doubt it.
Totally. Oh my God.
I don't want kids.
Let's not do.
About your height.
Damn.
None. I don't want kids.
Let's
Ooh.
Could have said it. She should have. She was, but again, it's that in the moment of like, she said, we decided not to have kids. Would have been a better. Not, I don't want to have kids, because then that makes it seem like you're keeping him from kids,
From having
you know,
children.
or-
Yeah. Yeah. But also though, like at this point, and I like the fact that this guy jumped in here, it's like she's debating her, not like 20 guys in the crowd. Like this is not supposed to be.
Ben does mention that at some point, because there was a lot of like chirping out from the.
Yeah. And I'm
think it was
glad
from
that
the
he
hand-
jumped in.
I think it was the hand crusher actually who was.
Yeah, but it's like you're not supposed to do that. Like let her debate. She's the one supposed to be screaming that shit out. But whatever.
Yeah.
let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow
Yeah,
these
good
two
job.
to
Good
debate
job,
each other.
moderator.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
What happens? What happens, Anna?
how many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is,
get-
but the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not.
Okay, and that's the other point that I think is towards Anna here, because really what Pearl is doing is like as she keeps talking about this child support thing as if like men just don't want to take care of their children like at all. Like men that get divorced just don't give a shit about their kids anymore. Like it's like, well,
And this
life
probably a
costs
small
money.
percentage. Right.
What
Pearl's doing-
money.
What Pearl's doing is she's talking like somebody with a podcast, right? She's not talking, no, really, she's not talking like a debater right now. She's talking like how she would talk to like her audience, right? You can't do that in this situation. Like she has no facts, she has nothing to back up what she's saying. She's just talking out of her ass like she normally does on her show. And she thought that she thought it would fly here, and it doesn't.
But even but no, I think it's even worse, Verbal, because even if she was to do that, like on her show, she'll she'll start talking shit, like she'll start saying shit. She wasn't like that. It's like as if she's kind of like a deer and like she's just kind of frozen. It's like she doesn't know what to say. All her talking points that she usually uses, which is all written down on those papers, are like have gone from her head, and she doesn't remember her talking points at this point, because there is things that you can argue with that like even like are
Yeah.
her points. It's just she's completely forgotten. It's like her brain is
do
completely
well to do it.
frozen.
I did speech and debate in high school and college, and what Anna's doing right now is light work. It's light work.
Yeah, it is. It's true.
A
Well,
huge issue.
This is somebody who has no idea what they're talking about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children. It's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really,
pay child support?
only
You
60%
gotta-
of
hold
child
on,
support
Anna.
payments
You
get
gotta
paid
allow
out.
you gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think
Good job, moderator.
you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child
Men-
support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should
feminists
be
wanted-
financially
feminists-
responsible 100% after a
Feminists
divorce?
wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If
That's
you guys
not
want
equal, Pearl.
equality,
That's not
50-50
equal.
custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Hold on. Like, okay, but no child support is not equal.
Mhm.
Like somebody has to pay
Also-
for that child. Like
Also,
that
like,
child's upbringing.
Pearl doesn't like she has talked to a lot of men who've gone through like the child support thing, but like there can be issues with like, well, okay, the kid's gonna have to go to school full time, and unless the parents live like equidistant, and you know what I mean, like do parents live in the same school district? If not, then you cannot do 50-50 because the kid's gonna need to be in that school
Mhm.
Monday through Friday. So it just doesn't make sense to if one parent lives like a bit further from their school. You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna sleep half the week? It's and the bus picks you up from one parent's house. They can't pick you up from another parent's house half the week. It's just
Well, see, and that's the thing, like, because that's why statistics are on this are constantly changing, Chrissy, because a lot of people are doing like this weird divorce thing now where the kids stay in one place and it's the parents that move out. So the kids actually like just kind of stay, one location
kids
and they
make
don't
all their
go.
own meals. They do their own laundry. And
No, but like the one parent is always there is the point. Like they're never leaving that house. You know what I'm saying? So like it's like they don't have to be shipped back and forth across like whatever it is. So the parent is the one that leaves. Like even when they're doing it's like they're a week, they come back into the house, the other parent leaves for the week. Like that's the kind of thing. Is like the
But then
children
that
always stay.
That doesn't work if either or both parents remarry and have other kids.
Correct. Like things change like that, right? But it's like that's what I'm saying. Like, but statistics are changing constantly because people are working out different ways to benefit their children. But one thing is clear is that nobody doesn't pay anything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like this whole thing about child support. And then Anna brings up that like, the average child support is $400 a month. And this chick, Pearl, is arguing that most men can't afford $400 a month. That they can't cough up $400 a month for their child. Like to me, that's just like a ridiculous notion to even want to champion.
She
Well,
does.
the point Pearl's trying to make, she's not making well, right? Like I have family members, I have friends who they've gone through all this shit. They've gotten screwed in divorce court. They gotten screwed with child custody, and they pay a lot more than I think is reasonable. But instead of arguing that point, she's trying to make a point that men just shouldn't pay their child support, right? And she's again, she's this close, right? She's right there, but she never makes her point the way that she needs to make it for this debate.
But and it's also like, but in reality, and again, because like I fall back into like my own experience with that court situation, is that like when they're calculating child custody, the courts look at both parents' income and they decided based on whoever makes more money. And I mean, most of the time it's the men that make more money, so that's why they have to pay more. but a lot of times now, actually, because of feminism, the women make more money, especially in places like California, where it's the industry and the women are getting paid a lot of money.
I think the only time a guy is really getting, and I'm not going to say screwed because it's not, that's not the right word. But if it's a situation where she's a stay-at-home mom, right, and the guy has always worked, he is taking the full brunt of that separation and the child support. You get what I'm saying? Like he's taking the full brunt of that.
Yeah, but like, but that's when alimony comes in, and then she starts to talk about alimony as well. But then again, a good point about alimony is like, if you've raised children like for however many years and you don't have you don't have a portfolio, how are you supposed to go and get a job? That's why you get the alimony, because you can't right away
out of the game. Yeah.
So it makes sense. Like in that sense, it makes sense that you would have to have at least alimony to a certain point until you get a job, and then until you get established, and then you can forego it, obviously, because then you're making money. But until you do, how are you supposed to pay your bills? You've lived your entire life for your family until the family's gone, So I get those things.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter if
divorces.
you're part of the
It does
10%.
matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
Doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if a woman decided to forego a career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out? She has no job. She has no income. So you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids?
60%,
so she can pay.
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here you
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, men.
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye. You spend money on Botox. You spend money.
You should think about it.
On the
Damn. Fucking burn.
That is nasty work, man.
Like, but Pearl says all this kind of shit and worse on Twitter. Like that's where she excels.
Yeah.
In person.
I really thought Pearl was gonna give it way, way harder than Anna. But
hey, Anna's a little pit bull, man. Like I said, you don't want to fuck with her.
I know she's a little fucking chihuahua. She's all like I'll fucking bite your ass, motherfucker.
Like, I'm getting damp listening to this.
Whew.
Damn.
I sure am.
Oh wait, why did she say sure am?
This is where she, I think, paused for a long time.
What did the crowd say? And then
Anna called her a bitch.
Oh shit! Somebody
rewind it. Rewind it. Yeah.
Okay.
What did they say?
Should I put on the thing? Like that?
I sure am.
Yeah.
I sure am.
Yeah, I called her a bitch.
Called her a bitch.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men. Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all, why are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
there
has
was a study.
done?
Let me answer your question, even though I should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women
it
can
costs
afford to raise the children by themselves without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want to
Yes,
be equal.
equality.
I don't understand what Pearl thinks equality means, because let's take daycare for example. Like, let's say the daycare was $100 a week, right?
Which is crazy cheap.
Equality. I'm just, this is a very hypothetical situation here, just for the sake of clarity. Let's say it's $100. Equality means they pay $50 he does and $50 she does, and there you go. That's your equality, right? Why is Pearl saying that she should pay $100? Like, and that's equality.
Again,
I don't
Pearl's
understand this.
Making her point poorly, but I think Pearl's trying to say, like, let's say a woman doesn't have a job, and then you have kids with a man, they break up. Women should now get a job, and that's where you get your money from instead of your ex-husband.
But that's the alimony. First of all, like, she's mixing things up, because child support and alimony are completely different things. They're the two separate things.
She doesn't want any alimony or any child support. She just thinks like both parents should separate, both should work, and then both should, I guess, pay for the kid exactly equal.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So if you're paying for the kid equal, let's say the woman goes and gets a job and the man has a job, right? They're separate. They're all by all things, but then they have to pay for daycare together for this kid, and the daycare costs $100. So you're paying $50 from your paycheck, and the other person's paying $50 from their paycheck, and there's your daycare fund. But in Pearl's case, she's like, I want the woman to pay the $100, and that's equality. And I don't understand that, because I'm like, that's not equality. If you're just advocating for the men for the sake of advocating for the men, that's not equality. Like, she's just like, oh, I just want men to pay nothing. And I'm like, how is that equal then? It's not equal.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't think she understands what equal means.
It means that you're both responsible for raising the children, and that includes the costs
So you should have
of raising the
equality,
children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
Alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired? Do you guys care about this? So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about.
Okay, but then you're saying, Spike is saying, Pearl's saying, if you have sole custody, you have sole responsibility for the children. Okay, but in this case, she's advocating for 50-50 custody and no child support. Because that's what I'm saying. If you have 50-50 custody, that means the equal thing would be that both parties pay. So, and I agree, if you have sole custody, then you should bear the full responsibility because you have sole custody. But if she's advocating for 50-50, that means both parents have to pay.
But that doesn't work out a lot of times when you have a couple that splits up. Like, let's say the mom goes on to have like a bunch of other kids with another, like she goes on to be a stay-at-home mom with someone else. She's not going to get a job because she does, put herself in a position where she's not going to get a job. So then,
but then you're saying that the other baby daddy or whatever is now paying for the household.
But right, other baby daddy is not going to want to pay for other guy's kid.
Is that true though? Because I don't think that that's true for most. I mean, again, you would have to look at the actual statistics or something like that. But most of the time, when somebody marries into a family, they accept that child as their own. Usually, they raise it as their own. I've barely ever heard of somebody being like, "Well, I'm not paying for your love child with your ex-partner." Like, you know what I mean? People don't penny pinch like that. That's not real.
But then it's almost like child support should go away if you're now married to somebody else.
And I agree with you on that too, Chrissy. Like, if child support at that point, I would assume should go away if you have a new family and you're like,
well, I mean, no, as the father, you still gotta provide for that's your kid. You know what I mean?
That's true, Verbal. You're right. because it's like
Like if your kid
the other
needs
guy's bad.
something, and if I'm a father and my kid needs something, I need to be the one, you know what I mean, to take care of it. Like,
Mhm.
even if she's married, now the alimony needs to end if she's married.
Absolutely.
Alimony needs to fucking go. But
Absolutely.
child
I
support,
agree.
no. I mean, that's your kid.
I agree. Absolutely. The alimony should go immediate, especially if you get remarried. That should be like, that's the end of the alimony, like
Yeah.
right away. Or if you get a job, end of the alimony right away. Because then, like, even if you lose the job, now you have had a job. Now you have a resume. So you can, like, fall back on the previous thing that you have employment history now. So then you can get rid of the alimony at that point. Now, like, but then again, see, like these things don't come out in statistics, but most people, and I think Anna talks about this a little bit, most people in reality has a lot of nuance. So you don't have a messy divorce. Most people work these things out amongst themselves. And most guys are good guys. And they're like, I'm just going to pay for this because I want to. Like, you were the mother of my child. I want to pay for this. And then, the woman usually graciously accepts. And then, once it's too much, they let go of it and whatever, and so on and so forth. Usually those things work out in interpersonal relationships just because that's just reality. People work like that together, but messy divorces are different, like that. When it becomes messy, that's when things kind of
And there
become
are
complicated.
a lot of women who are hurt by the divorce or the separation, who will make it their goal to like screw that guy over
Yeah.
every way they
That's
can.
true.
And that includes using the kids as a pawn.
That's so true, Chrissy. That's so true. But like vice versa, the dad too, which is like happened to, my friend that was going through that custody case in California. And then the deadbeat dad also happened to find a family law attorney lawyer, and was basically able to do all of this stuff without any sort of repercussions because then he had a lawyer. So like that was a child custody lawyer of all the lawyers. It was a mess.
Like the
What are you, a
poor
woman? That's an
husband, the
emotional
poor
one.
ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities? But when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities. Men
Really?
are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
what's the empirical data on that?
I
Man.
don't need data. How many people in here have had a family or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it?
That's not an argument.
The reason that this happens, Anna, is because
That's not
Crowd, help me out.
I don't need data is not an answer in a debate.
Not in a debate, no.
Oof.
because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
What is
They
that
won't
based
win.
on? You have to provide, look, Pearl,
That guy yelled out, "It's based on me."
Ay.
Like, dude, you can't help her out like on the stage.
But
The funny part is like if this was like some type of college or like an actual like a real debate, that guy would be kicked out. You're not supposed to yell shit out in a real debate. Like this is
true.
like
he's heckling.
yeah, you can't do that. You can't give the point. It's like if you're in the spelling bee and then the
Right.
spelling bee person's like mouthing out the spell. Like you can't do that. That's fucking cheating.
I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about
Wow.
something serious here.
true.
We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the
90%
cost.
of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%. That's a
Where-
totally made up
where are you
statistic.
getting-
Where do
where
you
are you
cite
getting
that
that
from?
Like, she just pulled it out of her ass. Like, where are you
I
getting
start
that from,
making
girl?
up some stats here if I'm going to compete.
90%. There you go.
See, again, this is stuff that works for YouTube. It doesn't work for a debate.
Exactly. Like you actually have to know what the hell you're talking about. By the way, we got over 512 people watching overall across all three platforms. So make sure you guys smash the like, share the stream, all the good stuff. Thank you guys so
Smash
very
it.
much.
All right, let's take a break there. 'Cause our time actually ran out.
That was just
Totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
All
Wow.
right, let's take a break there. 'Cause our time actually ran out. Those opening interrogations are over.
Oh my
She
god.
is so stumped.
Oh, it's bad. She should have said Reuters. Say anything.
It's
They're not
just
gonna fact check you.
anything.
Say New York Times. Say
AP. Like, god damn.
Let's take a moment here. Right, put it up. I get that. We got one debater here.
Okay, so like this guy
Remind you
said,
guys, I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that. But we can't have multiple people debating at the same time, right? We got one debater
yeah,
here.
thank God this guy said something about that because that was ridiculous.
We got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right. Let's put 30 minutes on the clock and let's begin the open debate.
He's not
I'll
a
let
bad
you pick up
moderator.
here. Go ahead.
What happens to men?
No, he was good. He needed to do a little bit more, but he was good. Like this stuff was good. Like that was good that he's just like he called that shit out right away. He's like,
I
dude,
think
you
he's
can't-
trying to give them like leeway, and I think that's why there's these pauses. Like I think he's trying not to
Yeah.
interrupt.
That's true too.
let them
I-
come up with something. Yeah.
I think he's doing a decent job, though, to be honest.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Verbal. It's like that meme of that Asian guy.
Because
Let
if-
them fight.
If he's the opposite and jumps on every time she seems uncomfortable or every time he's gonna look like he's on Pearl's side, which he
Yeah.
doesn't want. And if you do too much of that, then you're gonna look like, oh, we can't look, the women can't handle the debate, they can't handle the
True.
uncomfortable pauses. We have to go in and fix it. So
Yeah.
True. You're right. That's a good point.
When they don't pay child support.
There are consequences for it, especially when
Which
there's
are?
a court order for them to
Which
carry
are?
out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
Yep.
And what happens?
Do you
if they
think
don't
there
pay
shouldn't
it?
be legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they
have a
fail to
lavalier.
carry out a court order to
And that's such a good point and such a realistic point because if anyone's ever been through child custody, they understand when there's a court order, there's a court order, and no matter if somebody like whether it's the man or the woman does not comply with a court order, they get fucked. It doesn't matter if they're. This is not a sex issue at that point. It's
Right.
whoever's fucking around is gonna find out when there's a court order.
yep.
take care of their kids.
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in.
Don't
child
care about your
support and
interviews.
married-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual
Damn.
statistic, empirical evidence.
Oh,
They
got
should
her.
pay their child support.
Oh, it's the pause. Is this the pause, the long one?
$441
What happens-
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Which, by the way, let me just say, $441 a month is fucking nothing. That's a grocery bill, especially when you're taking care of a child. Like that is nothing.
But again, I
$400
need
a
to know where Anna's getting this, man, because California there's no way it's only $441.
No, it is Verbal. I'm telling you.
In California, in LA,
Yeah.
there's no way.
I'm telling you. It's insane. It's insane. It's crazy. Like, especially if you have like a low income, like if you're a low income person.
Well, yeah, I mean, it
minimum
obviously depends on
400.
where you work and how much money you make. But at the same time, when you live in a city like that, where, like you said, groceries are $400,
Mhm.
and that's for one bag of groceries
It's
in LA.
definitely more than that in New York. Yeah, I would like to
Yeah.
know where the status from, what state she's talking about, because it's based on income and like I thought the
It's
average would be
based on
like
income.
200 something a week, you know.
Oh my God. It's crazy, man. It's crazy out there.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month on $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know
Look.
how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she
Wow.
going to pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare.
pay child support?
Oh,
Sorry, say that again.
What
my
happens to men?
God, look at this. Look at how many points Anna keeps bringing up, and she just falls back on the same point. What happens to men if they don't pay child support? Well, they go to jail, Pearl. Because it's a fucking court order. That's what happens if you don't.
And not even always.
What do you mean by not even always?
Like, look, man, the way LA, I'm going based on LA stats, but I mean, they won't even keep criminals in jail, like people who rob fucking stores, right? They're not going to keep a deadbeat dad
Right.
in a jail cell.
Yeah, they're not coming after like deadbeat dads to put them in prison for not paying child support. What happens in realistically though, like if you miss child support, it just adds up. It accumulates, and then you can go to court again and sue for the accumulation of the money. That's in reality, that's what happens when people don't pay. And also the other reality thing that happens is that it gets stipend from their paycheck.
Yeah.
So if the person is working, like if they have a job and the mother like goes to the court and they're like, this is where the person works. They have to, then they get it like taken out of their paycheck. If the person loses that job or changes the job, the mother has to track down where this person works again in order to be able to even get that child support. Because it's like they have to take it out of their paycheck. Because unless you're coming out with the goodness of your heart to give that money to the person by themselves, which most men don't do, or women in this case, or anybody they just don't do it unless they're forced to do it. It's just getting taken out of their paycheck, and it's a lot of work to do that. It's a lot of work to find people's new jobs and all that kind of stuff. Fill out all the forms
when they don't pay child support.
There are legal repercussions for not carrying out a court mandate.
Do you think that
to do something?
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't know what the law is when it comes to that, but it's wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal consequences for that.
Why haven't feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point. At the expense of men.
Why don't feminists care about men? Because that's the whole point.
Fuck, dude. That is like such a bad point. Over on Rumble, the Mexican Junior, thank you for the 2, says, according to the most recent census data, it's $430 to $441 a month is the average child support payment. Says,
wow.
The Mexican Junior.
Like,
do you know what?
Like countrywide or?
Yeah, is that countrywide in the United States, or is that a state? Or I believe it's countrywide, which is why I think that Anna said the same thing.
You guys want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement. You guys push believing all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
she ruined his
the penalties for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do want equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego—
This is hard to watch.
Did you see how like Pearl just said, if you wanted 50-50, you would fight for child custody, no alimony, and then went blank. Like it was like, That's it? Is that is that how society's like the war of the sexes is solved if we get alimony and child custody? Like for
Well, I think she's got 140 character limit on what she's saying.
what are we talking about here? Is that how we solve the freaking war of the sexes? Like, it's unbelievable that that's the 2 points that she would have. That's the problem with feminism. Like, my God, there's so much more stuff that you can go to.
The brainwashing in college, like she should be spending more time on that.
Dude, like, okay, she wants to bring up Amber Heard. Why don't you talk about the feminist brainwashing idea of even creating the Me Too movement to begin with? The whole idea of taking advantage. Like,
she should be coming at Anna with all of the pro-marriage statistics, but she's not. She's an anti-marriage red pillar trying to like debate against feminism. So she should, for just a couple of hours or however long, the 2 weeks she prepared for this, she should be hardcore pro-marriage. Pro-marriage is working out for this debate, because that's how you don't fight feminism with misogyny. You fight feminism with good marriages and good relationships. And that's where I think Pearl fails in her content.
Yes, Chrissy, you freaking nailed it. You don't battle feminism with misogyny. Fucking right.
I'm just like, why are we talking about Amber Heard?
Because
what?
That's what I mean. Like, it's like she was trying to bring up the Me Too movement and how feminists and like women use the Me Too movement to take advantage of men. Like, she's trying to go there, but she stopped short. And instead of talking about the ideology that's festered in the women's minds, that's fucking created this like very toxic environment and this toxic movement, she goes to the fucking money of the defamation. Oh, like she should have paid out. It's like, it's all about money to her. It's not even about the ideology. It's about the fact that who's making more money. Like,
But also,
it's like,
didn't Amber Heard lose the case?
yes. And that's why she was like, dude, like, she like she had to pay out a lot of money. And then she's like, well, are you advocating for people who lose the defamation trial to go to jail? Like, because that's not, like, you shouldn't go to jail for fucking defaming somebody. But that's a different argument.
Working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out. She's got no income whatsoever. She doesn't deserve any alimony.
Women aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women do these days.
You have daycare.
The traditional women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives, and you trash them all the time, which I don't understand. It seems like women can't do anything right.
This is the funny part about this debate, is that, like, that's why I'm saying, like, Anna's not even necessarily a feminist, and she's fighting for the feminist points, but really she's like very center, and she's actually for marriage and for traditional values. So she's like, oh, actually, you know, like, there's a lot of traditional shit going on here that has nothing to do with feminism, because more women are realizing that, you know, pure feminism of like not needing men and not needing like the household and like not like that's not working out either. That's why they're moving away from that and understanding like, oh, maybe I should stay home with my kids and like help raise the kids because it is better for society. Like it's so crazy that actually she's fighting her own point.
Right, when it comes to you, right? If they're stay-at-home moms, they're traditional.
I understand that you can personally attack me. I'm
not personally attacking you. Okay. These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality...
Wait, why did she think that she's personally attacking her for that? I didn't think that was a personal attack. Did you guys think that was a personal attack?
No.
What did she say that she thought
I understand that you can personally attack me.
Hold on. Let's rewind that for a second.
They want to be traditional wives, and you trash them all the time, which I don't understand. It seems like women can't do anything right when it comes to you, right? If they're stay-at-home moms, they're traditional.
I understand that you can personally attack me.
I'm not personally attacking you. That's really funny. But she's attacking her brand. She's attacking things she's posted about and like her content, basically.
Yeah,
she takes that as a personal attack.
Yeah, because she's like, you're a mean girl to women all the time and you shit on women all the time. And she's like, you can attack me all you want. It's like, I'm not attacking you. I'm just telling you what you post. That's not an
Yeah.
attack.
Things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations.
I do care about false accusations.
No, you
yep.
don't.
You don't know me. What? You don't know what I care about.
I love that. You don't know me. The hell? You don't know what I care about. This is great. This is a great, fantastic
Right.
point.
Let's talk about rights that men do not have. Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second.
Drafted.
You talk about the oppressions of the past.
But yeah, what? She changed topics really like hard. That was a hard turn.
But also, who's
But
getting
how many men
drafted?
died in
Yeah, like what? When yeah, when was the last time the U.S. like held the draft?
Like 1969, 70, I think.
Wait, did you guys even have a draft for the Iraq War
No,
or Afghanistan War? You didn't, right? Like
no,
that
people
was
signed
all-
up for that shit.
Yeah, you guys all signed up for that. That's interesting. Yeah, it's been so
World
long.
War I and World War II and had no choice. And yet Anna complains about oppression. Men
gotta
do not
rethink
have the
our
right to
foreign
face
policy.
their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court,
PP
had no
order?
say,
What's
has
that?
no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men
Where are
do
you
not
getting
have the
that
right to
information
raise
from?
their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system.
She just said a bunch of shit and then she went back to child custody.
96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue? There has been rampant discrimination against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates.
Wow.
Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that. I do
White
agree
men
on
in
that.
particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are
Hold
numerous
on, pause,
reports
pause.
of custodial
You want the
parents spending
government
the
to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury.
see, like,
Let's let her respond to some of that.
hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna.
Oh,
That's
You just-
not true.
Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service, be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth
But I thought
to
Pearl
and
hated
raises
feminism.
those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal.
Look
You
at
want
this
to vote
quote,
the men do. Men are fine.
Should
women be-
bring us this comment from Lindsay, the cynical geek. I think that encapsulates it perfectly.
Pearl's like literally acting like an NPC for the red pill manosphere, and we're witnessing her glitching out over finding out the program talking points as a response. That's so true, Lindsay.
that's exactly
Like,
what's happening.
that's what's going on with her little sheet. It's like all her little manosphere talking points are written on it, and it's really funny.
But
Honestly,
the fact that she said that she's more of a feminist, like she just again made Anna's
that was
point.
like I think that was she was trying to like joke around by being like, "Oh, I'm more of a feminist than you, so I'm like actually winning this debate." But it's like, no, like that's not what you say in this situation. I know I'm all for that too. I thought you mean I'm all for that. Actually, I thought you meant like her how this debate is going down. I'm all for that. That's funny.
Included in combat?
Men
Should women
are
be
fine.
included in combat?
Yes.
Okay.
Do what the men
Fair.
do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair. Agreed. Next. Next. Nothing? Okay. I want to know what your ideal woman is, because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman.
True.
They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women
Because
will always have the leverage?
Pearl is too online. You're not factoring in people who are not online. The Amish, I don't know, the very conservative Jews. Just
You
people
don't
that are
have
not
to be
online.
Amish or Jewish to not be online, Chrissy.
I know.
There's a lot of people that are
Thinking
not.
of the people that I don't really ever talk to because I'm very online too.
This is a wild fucking debate, man. Like,
No, but that's the thing though, Chrissy, but that's what I'm saying. Like this entire thing is like this is such a like her debate is based on such like the things that she's interviewed online. It's like it's all these online things, but really in real life, like nuance plays a lot. Like life is made up gray, man.
Yeah.
It's not black, it's not white, it's gray, and that is what she's
have
missing.
A conversation / debate, and Pearl's just like, I'm just firing out tweets. Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what's
I'm
happening.
gonna get my 100 likes and get paid and get out of here.
Totally.
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony.
Oh God.
So automatically
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
and
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They
You
go
just
from
move on.
men to women. They go from men to women. Billions of dollars.
She's like, my fight is with the other 90%. Like she's like, I care about the 10%. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend that 10% is like everyone.
I thought you said earlier that women are paying alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Based on what? Where are you getting that information from?
That's actually a good idea. Can we do a poll, Anna or Pearl? I could do that. Let's do it. Let's do a poll for the chat. What are we thinking so far? Anna or Pearl?
I really am upset. Like, she should have leaned more into college statistics. Like, does college is a feminist byproduct, right? And has that wrought much success for women? And use current statistics too.
There's a lot of stuff she could have gone into.
Picking it up.
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl.
She's silent.
The main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
True.
I'm not trashing.
But my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do.
Yes, she does.
Tell me.
You advise men to avoid marriage.
That's all she does is tell men what to do. That's her entire platform. It's crazy.
Tell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really
Yes,
is.
it is.
You get a partner.
I think that's the saddest part about the fact that about this question was when she said, "What do men get out of marriages?" Those guys in the fucking crowd were like, "Yeah, that's right."
That's our fan base. Can you imagine that? Like the men who cheer, like never or don't get married once, don't get married again, don't even try. You get nothing out of marriage. That is her entire fan base.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy how many dudes are like so hurt that they just cannot understand what any of that means,
Get
or like
nothing out of it.
they get nothing out of it at all. That's kind of crazy.
And if that's how you truly feel and you don't think you've never met someone who you could be a partner with, you never met a soulmate, you've never met someone who you felt like as a true partner, like how sad that must be, how hurt you must feel. Be like, all I'm doing is paying out for this. Like no wonder they hate women if that's what they see us as.
Yeah, exactly. Aldo, thank you for the CLP 1000. I don't know what the CLP currency is, but he says, "What is alimony? Menimony? Alimony?" Alimony is basically in the United States. I think Canada has the same thing. When a married couple gets divorced, the wife gets a portion of a payment, like a little bit of a payment every month, kind of like a what's the word?
Allowance?
Like an allowance. Yeah, like an allowance, because they basically have been working, or like basically they've never held a job. They've raised the home, they've raised the kids, they were just doing all the house stuff, so they haven't had a lot of time to work or whatever. So they get that money in order to be able to live, because they can't get a job right away.
Yeah.
So the man pays them that kind of that allowance so that they can live. That's what alimony is. But a lot of people don't like alimony. They think it's kind of like a cop out.
You get a teammate. You get to build a life together. And
what's the difference between that and child support? So the child support is supposed to go specifically to the children. Alimony is supposed to go to like whatever the woman
handbags.
wants. Like, well, not necessarily handbags, but paying your bills. Like you could pay your bills. Like if you're like you're doing food, like any type of like that kind of thing, because you don't have a job.
I would be too proud to accept alimony. Like I just would I would have a hard time with that.
Well, a lot of people now have prenups that says like no alimony either. Like a lot of people like just waive the alimony situation. Like there's some women like you, Chrissy, that are like, I would be too proud to ask for alimony. So they sign prenups and they don't even have alimony. So I don't know. Alimony is kind of like an outdated thing, I think.
I also got married knowing this is it. Like I'm not getting divorced. This is like not, so I don't know.
Yeah. Same here. It's for life.
And it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Someone in the chat mentioned
and
mommy.
How would you know
what you get? This is having met and liked Pearl. I still like Pearl. I just think that she and her fan base all have mommy issues, and that's what they're kind of bonded on.
Yeah,
their hatred for women.
Well, there's a lot of hurt, and I mean, Verbal. Maybe you can like talk on this a little bit, because obviously, like you don't agree that like, about with the Manosphere, like you're not a fan, but like also like you're not a married guy, and you've had like obviously like you've been let down by women. Let's just say that. Let's just be real.
Well, I mean, I'm divorced, so I mean,
so you're divorced.
I was married for 12 years.
Do you pay alimony?
No. But here's the thing. Me and my ex had probably the most civilized divorce that any of our friends have ever heard of anyway.
Right.
We're still friends. Me and my ex are still friends. So I mean, like
that helps.
I had a very unusual divorce. But for the most part though, most divorces are going to be a little ugly, no matter what. Yeah, right? I mean, there's going to be a little bitterness, a little anger. And even with me and my ex, we went a whole like year without really talking too much. I mean, we shared custody of a dog, so we had to like, talk to each other here and there. But then we became friends after that. But I mean, divorce is rough, man. Like I wouldn't wish that on, well, maybe my worst enemy, but but divorce is brutal,
But I guess
and
what I'm
most of
asking
them
though,
are not clean,
but
so
what I'm asking, Verbal, though, like, because it's really hard to fall into like a bad pattern of hating the opposite sex when you go through a breakup like that or a divorce or whatever. Now you're saying you had kind of like an amicable divorce, but like I guess what is it that drives all these men to be so kind of black-pilled in terms of like women
easy.
or
That's easy because a lot of these guys do get screwed, right?
Mhm.
Also, you have to understand too, especially in a place like LA, California, it's a no fault state, right? So a lot of these guys probably got
Uh-huh.
cheated on,
Right.
and then had to pay,
Oh,
right? For some guy fucking his wife.
right.
So yeah, no, there's a reason to be angry and bitter. Like, look, these guys that are angry, I understand where they're coming from,
Yeah.
right? But when there's a kid involved, you got to take care of the kid, man. Like that.
Right. And that's why, like, I totally get that. Like, like I can understand the fight for the alimony thing. Like, it's like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, you don't want to pay alimony, you don't want to pay alimony, but child support, man, that's your kid. Like, pay the freaking $400, call it a day. Like,
But okay,
Jesus.
but and even with that though, I will say this too. That there are a lot of games that are played, right? When people get
True.
divorced, right? There are women who do play these games where they try to use the kid as blackmail,
True.
right? And say
All
that, hey, if
true.
you don't give me this amount of money, you're not going to see your kid. A lot of
Yeah.
that kind of shit does happen.
Yeah, that's true. But again, that stuff, like if you go to court though, that stuff doesn't fly. Like you can't do that in a court. That's why like they tell you like you got to go to mediation or court or something and get stuff on paper because
Yeah,
that
but
way
court
women
is
can't
like
fuck around
court is
either.
like an ideal situation, Nina, because you got to remember a lot of these guys are broke, right? And court costs money. Having
Yes,
a
it
lawyer
does.
costs money. All that
It
shit is
does.
like
It's true.
it costs a lot. So I
But you can
mean,
represent yourself. You don't have to have a
sure
lawyer.
you could, but
Yeah.
then you're gonna get fucked over by her attorney.
Not necessarily
Right.
if, like unless she's also representing herself. I mean, I like again, I've seen so many of these cases, man. When I went to court in California for this situation that my friend was involved in, like I saw all of that. Like I saw this one guy come. There was this one because how you're sitting in the court, you're waiting for your turn, right? You're like seeing all these people go up. There was this one guy. He was this Mexican dude, actually. He was going for full custody. And this is in LA courts, man. LA courts are so weird too. Like when you go to the LA court, it's like a freaking like it's like you're going into purgatory because there's no
Yeah.
women, there's no windows anywhere. It's like I mean, the whole place is like a fucking nightmare.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it's like
we're
something
in
out of
this.
fucking Severance.
It really is. It really 100% is. It's the ugliest court fucking house I've ever seen in my life. But anyways, this guy, this Mexican dude, he goes up. He's asking the judge for like full custody of the kid. He goes like basically this mom like she's like fucked off. She's not like she doesn't come around. Like we've served her. She's never there. This is what happened with the kid. Like she's never showed up for the kid. Like blah blah blah. Judge looks at the guy 2 seconds. He represented himself. Didn't have a lawyer. Broke as fuck. Judge looks at the case. It's like, well, she's not even here. Yep, custody is yours, sir. Goodbye. Like that's it. Like it was just like a, and these are the things that, pearly things to tell you never fucking happens. Like I would never get full custody, like 100%, especially in a place like California. Yes, they do. There was another guy, same day, went up there. Actually, he was the wife, the girlfriend or wife or baby mama was there at the time, and she had the attorney, and the judge was like, no, kind of like, and the guy was like representing himself. So, and actually, when you represent yourself, the judge tends to look more fairly to you because they like it because it feels bad when like the other party has a lawyer and they're like they kind of make you they kind of they feel more like they feel more for you because
Gonna
they
give you
feel
the
bad.
benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, like they give you the benefit of the doubt. They're like very like, okay, what do you got? Blah blah blah. So this other guy, he had like such a huge issue. They were going back and forth, and the judge was like, well, like we're just gonna have to give you more time, sir. We're just gonna have to give you more time because like you're representing yourself. You're just gonna need more time. Sorry to like the lady, and just kind of like delayed because the guy was asking for a continuance and stuff like that, and he gave it to him. again, like it really depends on the judge. It depends on like the situation, and it depends on how you represent yourself. Like all of these things matter in a court of law.
Mhm.
And I think that people like Pearl just don't really kind of grasp that idea that
But
like,
all she hears are these awful stories, like, and she has so many examples of the worst case scenario. That's what she thinks happens.
but that's what she thinks happens to like basic, like what she just pulled out of her ass. 90% of people. That's not what's happened to 90% of people. Actually, the system is pretty like fair when it comes to child custody cases in a lot of ways. Like you think that, but then you go into the system, you go into the court, and you're like, wow, that was pretty logical. Like really logically, this all worked out the way it is. What the other thing that happened, for example, my friend, the guy wanted to go after major custody, like meaning like having more money, like get more child support from the woman because she made more money. They to a point where they were like, we're gonna like call the IRS on you and like all the shit. And they had to go to another court because the judge was like, okay, well, if like we need to figure out your finance situation first. So you have to go to another court. It takes you out of family court. Then you have to go to the finance court, figure that out. They actually decide whether you like are supposed to pay this much or not, because they look at all your finances. They look at all your tax records. They look at literally everything. It's kind of like the IRS. They basically freaking cavity search your entire fucking financial records. And then they decide, okay, this guy pays this much, this guy pays this much based on all this financial shit. Then you go back to the courthouse, the family court, and then they sign it into law or whatever, into your custody thing. So all of this stuff is like so meticulously like planned out at this point, because there's been so many of these situations where people have taken advantage that the system has kind of caught on. They're like, okay, we're gonna have to like, do a better job of that. Now, of course, it's not perfect. I'm not saying it is. And a lot of times you think you're gonna go get screwed, but also sometimes it's not like that. It's like very logical. These things are logical. And then when you go to the child support case and you're like, well, I want to file this and this and this, and they're like, well, no, you have to go back to that court. It's actually like you have to go back to this court, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's not all just in one place. It's not like you go to one place and it's just all done for you. Like that's just not how it works, man. Like this is why like you can tell that Pearl doesn't actually have, you never lived a life. Like you don't know. These things are, you just don't know. And these things come with experience. And
No,
and time.
everything she says is anecdotal, man. It's
Yeah. Lived experience to other people too. It's like, I mean, she's even tried to use that other guy's story, but it's like that other guy's story, that's his story. It's not your story or anybody else's. Like,
And I applaud her wanting to, if she wants to be a voice for the voiceless, but I don't think that should include discouraging marriage.
agreed.
Out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place. I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
wow.
Answer the question.
divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Oh God, this is painful, man.
Wow.
She's saying
Same
things
with
that are on
happy
pillows.
husband,
This
happy
is
life. I don't want to
cringe.
come home to an angry
That was so painful.
She's reading phrases off pillows she saw at a Home Goods.
Oh my god.
She's getting down to catchphrases now. Like, what are we doing here?
What? Why do they have the phrase "when in doubt, don't put out"? Anna, why is that a?
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Oh my god.
husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any
is it?
other like catchphrase or slogan
Jesus.
you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner.
That gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat
Oh,
too.
no,
I don't know if you've done a
Pearl.
comparative analysis
Pearl,
on
you're
that.
backsliding, Pearl.
Here comes the Twitter outrage
Hey,
post.
some of us gained baby weight.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God, Pearl, come
Aw.
on.
That was freaking awful. By the way, we have a couple rumble rants from Russell Hall who said,
God. To
wish they would-
reduce marriage being good or bad down to someone's weight. Like, okay, guys gain weight after marriage too. What, like, that's ugh.
God, it was awful, Chrissy. It's such a bad thing to say. I wish they would have sent a poll out to the hundreds of people who still read newspapers to ask how they felt about his comic strip before giving him the axe. I don't know what you're
we talking
talking
about?
about. I have
What are we
no
talking
idea.
about?
Oh, is that
Russell
the
Hall-
guy who died? Scott something?
Scott Adams?
Is that
Scott
what
Adams?
we're talking
Is that what
about?
we're talking
Scott
about?
Adams? I don't know. And then also he said, FYI, that's axe like the chopping instrument, not the way black people question things.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about, Russell?
I have no idea.
I'm so confused.
Some days Russell's funny, other days he makes no sense.
So true.
Actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a
Oh.
conversation with your partner. Encourage her.
How
Be an
can
adult.
how can men and women be
Oh.
equal?
Especially if she's
how
giving you
can men and
children.
women be equal when one is
Oh.
expected to die for the other?
What? That's everywhere.
I don't expect
for your
anyone
partner.
to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes
Yeah, but
from.
men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so,
So
many
what?
problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in the
they
police
can't-
force. My sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet
should see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
Yes.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously.
Next
Oh.
Oh. Oh man.
You know, you know what this feels like? I'm gonna tell you what this feels like watching this. Watching this feels like
Do you realize
when
how good you have it
last
in
year
this
when we
country?
watched the Olympics, when that male boxer was beating the shit out of the women in the ring.
Yes.
That's what this feels like.
That is
I
what
want Pearl to say,
exactly-
why is secret deodorant strong enough for a man but pH balance for a woman? Answer me that, Anna.
Why do 9 out of 10 dentists prefer dentine gum?
Why do choosy kids choose Jif, Anna? Because it's better.
Oh, this is rough, man.
Absolutely.
This is like an
Best
SNL
country in the
skit.
world.
And you get to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year?
Oh, dear God.
Oh,
Just-
no. Just in general. Oh no. She's laughing.
There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during
Crab?
childbirth?
Not many.
Oh, my
This
God.
country-
Wait, she just said men die every year to get you crab. I would be like, I don't eat crab.
There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has
Not
the highest
many. What?
maternal mortality rate of any developed
You know what I
country.
would've said about
So
it, Anna?
a lot of women
I
do
would've been
die
like,
as a
hey,
result of
hey, women can
pregnancy.
get- women can give you crabs too.
Oh my God. Yes.
Hold this. Yeah. Thank you to Eric in the chat. So she watches Deadliest Catch.
You know,
What's
it was
that?
funny at first. Now this is just sad.
Oh,
Oh my God. It was so bad.
Like, you know what? I actually feel bad for Pearl.
I do too.
I don't. I don't at all. I love this. I live for this.
I do
I'm
too.
like,
because you can
yes.
tell from her
Freaking-
laughing, like she's uncomfortable. She's not having fun. She's out of her depth. She's like, oh, fuck. I don't know. I just have blanks at this point.
Oh man, you guys feel bad for her? I don't feel bad for her at all. I'm like,
I do feel bad because I know the
fucking
person
right.
she is inside is not who she is trying to be online. I know
Oh,
it's a
dude,
mismatch. She's not living in truth.
yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
I agree with that.
yeah, but I dislike that even more, Chrissy, because I don't like people who are disingenuous. And that's so disingenuous. Like the fact that you tell me that she's a completely different person in person than online, to me means that she's a fake. She's a faker. She's a fake person. That's her personality. She's
Or
fake.
could it be that I am so disarming in person to meet that I just completely
You just
I melted her.
you aw, that's
You
really
know,
cute.
it's totally okay.
But no.
When you debate somebody, it's totally okay to concede, right? She should
True.
just concede.
Well, she did that too. Like, I mean, Anna said, like, Anna conceded a few points. She was like, that's true. That's right. I don't like
Yeah.
that. You're right. You're right. Like, you know, there is points you concede for sure because, I mean,
Yeah.
some stuff is like retarded. Like, for example, the stuff she was saying about how women, like, you know, the paternity thing. Like, you know, why don't you think like, you know, men should have to give like the whole
And
paternity test thing?
also the whole like men's depression isn't taken as seriously.
Yes, yeah. Like, I mean, obviously, there's there's
PTSD.
nuance, right? Like that. Like, obviously, there's certain things that you're gonna have to concede. Makes sense, but that's why I don't feel bad for Pearl because I think she's such a fake person that this is sweet for me to watch. I'm like,
It would have been funny if Anna was like, Pearl, here's a good point you can make. Why don't you argue that? Like that would to me would be doubly hilarious. Like, hey, why don't you argue that the percentage of women who have college degrees and how has that actually helped society? Like, can you make that into like here's an example of something you could
exactly. That's a good
debate
point.
both sides.
Aldo thinks you thought her, Chrissy.
It is tricky. Like she's just like her own mother said, she hasn't lived enough real life yet. It's just
That's exactly what's going on.
copy and paste from Reddit and but
Yeah,
maybe
freaking manosphere.
this is a good humble.
Well, yeah, I mean, when your entire platform is based on talking points, you know, instead of facts, this is what happens.
Russell Hall over on Rumble says, okay, I just went on a deep dive. There are a lot of sites with sections dedicated to you. I'm not going through them all. What? I'm not going through them all, but just for starters, my kicking and Psylocke.
What?
And then he continues, also my doing like MAI, doing a high kick sort of looks like she's lightning a fart, which is hilarious. Are you high?
What?
Could be.
What's going on, Russell? Like, are you drunk or high or
Russell's not well.
We're watching a Pearl debate, Russell.
Maybe he meant these super chats for a different show.
I'm confused.
Childbirth, yes.
Oh, is this the long pause?
This is the second long pause.
Oh no. She's doing a hard reboot.
This is painful, man.
Oh, this is wow.
Oh, she said it.
Wow.
I missed that in person.
This is the second time too. So this is the part where I was like, see, this guy should have said something because this is embarrassing for Pearl. Like he should have just been like, okay, like I have stuff to ask you, like because obviously she's not doing like anything. So like, okay, here's a point. Like, can you guys debate this? Like, give them something to debate because there's nothing happening. And Pearl's just like being completely embarrassed. Like this is awkward.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Oh man. Oh.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Oh God.
Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I'll just jump in.
Wow.
So why don't we
I know. Oh my God. I should have done that. Do you have crickets noises? Because that should have been happening.
I do.
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me rewind it.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I was asleep.
Okay, here we go.
Board here.
Here we go.
Go.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ooh,
Oh my
man.
God, yes.
Ben's like,
Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Let me.
What are we
Can I ask
doing?
a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Let's just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one, and then I'll ask you one, and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned. I think you actually said it here too. That you
Ben
may
is like,
be more
oh,
of a feminist.
sorry, I was checking my phone. What's
Do
going
you
on?
That guy, yeah.
consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist, mainly because it's a loaded word and there are certain outcomes from
There you go.
certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with, particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that.
Yeah.
I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer.
You tell
I
him.
think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous. Especially when, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, even Anna even brought up the Me Too point. Like, this is what Pearl should have brought up when she brought up the whole thing about fucking Amber Heard.
But she doesn't talk about Me Too. She doesn't talk about anything outside of her own bubble and interests. She doesn't. She's not good at thinking outside herself.
It's like she did like no research at all, even though she has like a million papers in front of her. She's like nothing going on. Like, I'm like, what the fuck, man?
So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Wow.
Keyword research.
Yep, this is what I'm talking about. When you start really researching this stuff, you're like,
guys, Pearl has interviewed 1,000 people. Don't make her do any more work.
Oh God.
You believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless, obviously, to the people who live those.
I like how like the fucking this dude is pointing that out. Pearl, that's your fucking job to point out about your goddamn anecdotal fucking stories. Like the fucking what's his name? The debate guy is fucking doing that. This is bullshit.
Yeah. He's bailing her out.
He's bailing her. This is the total bailout right now. That's a total
Where were
bailout.
you 15, 20 minutes ago?
I know, where were you with the freaking crickets were chirping, man?
Help.
Realities, in a lot of cases, are very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate? Is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life.
It is a softball question.
So yeah,
Ben feels bad for her. So he's like, wow, you've done a lot of important interviews. Why don't you expand on some of those stories?
Yeah,
totally. The easiest thing she can talk about confidently to look good for 5 seconds. Like he's throwing her a lifeline.
You know what though? I actually don't like that. I don't like the fact that he's helping her. I think, you know what? If you're gonna fail, you're gonna fail. Like let her fail.
Smell it. put her nose in it.
Yeah, I mean, she has to learn, man.
She's learned.
It should have been like a feminist question, not like, oh, so you've like interviewed like a bunch of people. It should have been like, okay, let's move to, okay, you guys have talked about, let's say, like divorce rates and blah blah blah. let's talk about like the Me Too movement. Okay, what do you think of what's going on with the Me Too movement and how that like turned out?
Well, 'cause you know
Whatever.
what pisses me off is that he wouldn't help a guy out like this, right? Like if two men were
No,
debating.
No,
you're right.
no.
Because guess what? Because of man-woman dynamics.
But he certainly is not helping out Anna because she doesn't need any help. Like he's helping out Pearl because Pearl is fucking standing there like just awkwardly smiling at this point because she's got nothing. So it's like, I mean, yeah, like he has to help her, but help is a guidance. Like it's like,
Yeah.
okay, let's like debate this now.
Right.
Debate this, go. Like this is like this, that should be his guidance. Not like, oh, so you've interviewed like so many people and like this is what you're falling back on, right? Like that's
Right.
what's going on.
That's why this is happening.
He's like doing a Dr. Phil, like he's like
Yeah.
doing a Maury. Like it's like, okay, like yeah, you're so valid, Pearl. Like you know, like
did a
that's
good
great.
job for you. You did a good job for
You
you.
deserve a star. A for
You're
effort.
Star.
It's like no.
Yeah, it impacts it a
the
lot.
buffet next door.
Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist. But if you ask any man, like everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening. But there's a
ivory
genocide
tower
of millions
shit.
of men that's going
Here's
on
what
in
she
this
calls it out,
country.
though.
You use the
A
word-
genocide?
I was going to say
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide, but fail because they usually don't resort to
stupid.
more
Right,
violent
'cause-
means of ending their own lives.
Right,
So they'll
but
take
but
pills.
Why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out
Right,
statistics
right,
without
but
comparing
it's-
it
what
to
I'm-
what the rates
pointing
are
out-
among women.
What I'm pointing out is,
Damn, dude.
I
This is
just
like
pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
But they do.
this is like watching an adult debate a child.
Oh.
It really is like that. Oh God.
Ay, ay, ay.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously rather than this
Oh my God, this is so true. Every time she says ivory tower, people should take a fucking drink.
Oh,
Jesus
I'd be so
Christ.
drunk right now.
Like holy shit.
We all know Pearl prefers an ebony tower. Let's be honest.
That's so true.
weird.
But it's
Well, I mean, it'd have to be a tower for her.
It's
I
not going to
mean,
be taken
shit.
seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you
Ivory
kidding me?
Towers, but Anna
I mean,
calls
how
her
many
husband.
of our soldiers are veterans come back to the United States after multiple
Wait, what?
The Ivory Towers, what Anna calls her 6-foot husband.
Oh my God.
deployments do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times.
Right.
Like that's a real
Point.
problem. How come you don't
Right,
talk about
but-
that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame it
come-
on
Damn.
marriage
they
and
come
divorce
home,
instead.
right, because those soldiers come home.
She's
to an
even
empty
helping her
house.
out.
You
Yep.
think that divorce
They're
is the reason for most of
men are
these
9
suicides?
times men are 9 times
Like she's talking about like divorce, like they're coming back to an empty house, the veterans. That's why they're committing suicide, not like the horrors that they saw, not like the fact that they come back and most of the time they're homeless because guess what? There's no alimony for them because the government doesn't give them enough money to fucking get a job and they haven't had a job for a long
Yeah,
time.
so they
so-
come back and they go, oh, all these illegals are being paid for and they have all these luxuries, but
Right.
I can't even get housing assistance.
Right, but it's the women that are causing the suicide and the veterans. Like that's what's going on.
more likely to commit suicide after
How many
a
more times
divorce.
likely are women to commit suicide after a divorce?
What about the women?
You don't know
right?
the number,
What
right?
about-
Because you
what
didn't even
about-
care to look into it.
Oh,
What about the women though?
Yeah, what about 'em?
That's always what you go to. And that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for real equality,
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women who try to end their own lives.
Look at every time Anna starts making a point. Look at freaking Pearl's expression. Her eyes just glaze over like when she's making the
Or
point.
she's like, shit, what else can I say? Like, what else?
She's like, oh my God, where's my next talking point?
Well, and she keeps staring at her papers like they're going to save her, right? It's
Yeah.
like, no.
That's what she's looking for. Verbal.
Like, but this paper is full of all my best tweets. I don't know.
my next talking point. Where is it? What's going on? What did Grandma Tomasi tell me to say?
Grandma
less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around. But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Divorce.
What can we do as a society to help people to prevent that from happening? And you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
I am genuinely shocked.
She got nothing.
I'm genuinely shocked that at no point she looked at the moderator and said Lifeline.
No,
Like, I am shocked.
like
Can
when
I
the
call
little
a
girl has
friend?
wasabi and she's like, help.
She should have been able to call freaking Grandma Tomasi as a
Yeah.
friend. Like, can I call? Can I call?
Can I get a Lifeline,
friend?
please?
Dude,
Yeah.
that would have cracked up the whole crowd if she said to the moderator, can I phone a friend?
Man.
Funny at this
amazing.
point.
What was the people like? What was the reception like at this point in the crowd, Chrissy? Where people were like, "Oh God,"
People were. It was like, obvious that and I didn't actually watch it as closely as I am right now, but it was like, oof, all right, Anna's won. What are we doing? Why are we? And then Pearl had kind of a strong closing statement, so that actually helped lift her up towards the end. But it was very clear that Anna had won.
Oh man. DL for $2 on Rumble says, Chrissy, I hear that Natalie from Force of Light Entertainment is going to be on Simpcast this Sunday.
She is. Hold on, let me
Yeah, I
check.
was like, she's
Wait,
like
that's news
breaking
to me.
news. Yeah, breaking news.
She is Natalie Smith.
Oh, yay. That's great. I love Natalie.
It's proving my point because we talk about male issues, you keep bringing it back to the women.
I just want
I
you
mean-
to compare the stats.
I mean, technically, by the way, the topic of the debate is how feminism has ruined Western society, but you keep bringing up men, Pearl. So, like, technically, that's not even supposed to be the debate. The debate is technically about feminism, but
we're supposed to talk about what I want to talk about, and that's it.
we're talking about the manosphere points because of you,
Yeah.
Pearl.
spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If
already
they
said
can
yes.
pass the physical tests necessary to do so,
think,
yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service like the men?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front lines
already
as
said yes.
infantrymen.
If
She
they are
already answered the
physically
question,
capable
Pearl.
of doing it, yes.
Answer it differently.
So you want to put people who aren't physically, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends on what the false accusations are. If
Just
she's
yes or
falsely accusing someone of rape, for
It's not
instance,
a yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
I was like, it's a yes or no question. Move
Do you
on.
think that women,
Oh my God.
do you think that child custody should be 50-50?
as long as the court determines that both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact, that's the ideal situation.
And that's usually what's happened.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in
Oh my God.
alimony?
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous.
That's
Anyway,
Wow.
You said it's ridiculous.
it's
That
ridiculous,
it's a privilege
especially,
to stay home
especially
with your
coming from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation
Here
with
it is.
incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
Yes,
Wow.
This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Oh, come on,
But I'm
Pearl.
serious. This was her funniest line. This was the funniest thing she said in the whole debate.
Yeah, so she's trying her stand-up act on the debate stage. Bitch,
is all she
this
has
is a
left.
fucking debate stage.
This is her last chance. Trying to get a laugh.
Yeah, like I mean, she's
try to make the 5 red pill dudes in the back go, yeah, good job.
yeah, exactly.
girl."
She's freaking bombing. So yeah, like this is a freaking bomb for sure.
So next,
Nina's like, I'm Persian. I know a bomb.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Oof. She's like,
Oh,
can I just
a little harder to debate some.
we need the crickets, man. We need the crickets.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait.
That was the sound you should have played when you met Pearl.
I was like, Pearl.
Someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right?
Damn.
Debate someone,
Wait, what did she say?
Harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl.
a little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right?
Oh yes.
Holy shit.
Damn, this is
Damn.
Never. I don't need to.
This is a fucking KO. Like, my God. This is like when you're playing Mortal Kombat and it's
Wait,
like,
this is a fatality for sure.
this is a
Hadouken right here.
fatality. Fuck, man.
Is it
Holy
Hadouken or
shit.
Hadouken? I'll never know.
If this were
Hadouken.
if this were boxing, man, they would have thrown in the towel a long time ago.
But
Oh
you gotta
my
give
God.
Pearl credit because all her clips that she's put out, like frame her, like in the 5 seconds where she looks good, like those are the clips that she's putting out. Like, look,
Yeah,
I
of
crushed on
course.
debate.
What
Oh,
else
that's-
is she
that's
gonna
funny.
do? Fucking put the fucking awkward ones where she's awful. I'm glad other people are though.
Right.
They're great.
The moderator, Erica's comment is perfect. The moderator's helping her. The crowd is on her side. Plus, she's got like the quote better topic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And still losing.
And she's still losing. She's still losing. It's so true. This is the softest debate environment that she could have ever had. It's true.
Not that I'm judging.
It's why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
Fraternity fraud?
Like you join a fraternity.
We've been over this
Wait, what?
already.
It's us.
She's saying paternity fraud.
Like I get it. You join a fraternity and then they find out you're a woman. You're like, yeah.
Right. I'm like, did I hear that right?
But but also Anna already conceded the point that it should be. Like,
Right.
it's like, okay, yeah.
Estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not theirs.
I don't
One-third
really
of
believe your
one-
stats. Like,
the
where are you getting
American
that
Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association. Are you happy?
Okay,
1/3 of,
that's wrong.
Paternity
And yeah,
tests.
there should be consequences for that.
but there aren't.
Okay,
But there are. Where
and there
have the
should be. So
feminists
we agree
been?
on that. Next.
Right, you can agree, but you haven't covered it.
Damn.
And that's my point is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of
That's it?
fatherhood since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
No. Put a condom on.
No to condom. No one
You
likes
don't want to have
condom.
children. Put a condom on.
Or require him to wear a
Oh my God. What's up,
No
Jane? How you doing,
condom.
girl? Jane is here. Hi, Jane.
Nobody likes condoms. What is this? The 80s? Get out of here.
Jane says Pearl has an IQ of a tomato. The fact that Anna even debated her is wild. It's true. It's true. I can't believe you're here, Jane. I miss you.
Before you introduce yourself,
Uh-huh.
say your line.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys.
Oh, she has her own drop. That's cool.
I
You know
love-
what? I've seen Anna have a harder time against Andrew Wilson, dude. Like, this is
Oh.
crazy.
It's true. It's true. I mean, this is bad. This is just a bad debate.
Condom. That's equal.
Yeah.
That choice is equally irresponsible.
He's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great. Congratulations.
You can have it.
She's like, you still lost.
Congratulations.
Oh no, this is bad.
Crickets, Chrissy. Cricket.
Wait.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
Wow.
Oh my God, should I put it on 2-point speed?
This is so.
I'm going to interject again if I can.
I couldn't do it.
So
There's nothing left in the tank.
one thing that I do think is happening is that there is a shift that is taking place in America. And I think you're both
Like, can I say
have
something?
alluded to this a little bit. And so I'll ask Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said
Like,
that
I'm
going
just trying
into
to
this
fill
debate,
4
you
minutes.
thought a lot of these things were true.
Right.
And you started to see that maybe these things were not.
What was that, Chrissy?
Ben's like, I'm gonna interject here because I'm just trying to fill 4 minutes because
Yeah,
got nothing left in the tank.
For fuck's sakes. It's like, that's why I'm like, just give them a topic. My God. Like, they need help. Like, even Anna needs help because she's just standing there going like, can I get a topic to
Got
debate?
nothing to
Yeah,
follow.
this is hard to watch.
It's fucked up.
as true as you would believe. Do you believe that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing over the last few years in terms of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing?
I think that with more women participating in the workforce, it's hard to argue that, women should get paid alimony when they have their own income. So yeah, I think that the culture has changed, the workforce has changed.
Exactly.
And
It's how
as a
they-
result of that, the courts weigh whether or not something like alimony makes sense. And look,
Correct.
much like Pearl, I had heard the horror stories and I was basing much of my worldview on situations like this based on anecdotes, basically. And so when you look at the statistics and the broader picture, you have a clearer idea of what's actually happening in the
Right.
aftermath of a divorce.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to concede at least that maybe some of the reasons some of these things are shifting is because of people like Pearl
Give
and
Pearl an out.
others
OW,
who
please.
are
Oh my God. There's another fucking white
Give
knight,
her-
bro.
Please give her a brownie point. Can we at least say, can we give her a pat on the back?
Oh my God. It's like A for effort. Here's your gold star, Pearl.
Yeah.
Pearl probably went home and drank herself into a coma, man. Like, seriously.
Did you not see what happened afterwards?
I saw her at the after thing, which she took a minute to get to, and then Gavin McGinnis was talking to her. So I'm like, all right,
Oh,
he'll
she probably started
he'll
chain
smooth it over.
smoking.
Yeah.
She definitely cried, I'm sure.
Oh, 100%.
drawing attention to these stories, because I think we could all agree that until recently, a lot of those stories were just stories you'd hear from other people, and it was not allowed in media at all. It was not discussed. Would you at least concede that?
Oh.
I'm sure that there are advocates who have fought to maybe change the way these court cases play out. Sure.
This is also such a good point Jane Theory makes. In most instances, the only thing people are dividing is debt. And this is so true because everybody's in fucking debt. Nobody's giving anybody any fucking money, man.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Yeah,
got
that's
debt.
true.
Who's got money?
I don't know about Pearl though.
I understand. We're in the debates. You can't give too much credit. Pearl, in your experience, the men that you talk to, do you see a difference in terms of the age of those men, where maybe it's getting better for some? Because I would take it that some of the guys who are a little older and have been through this in the past, the courts are starting to recognize and realize that maybe it's not very fair.
Something, Pearl.
No.
Talk about something.
No.
Why, and why do you believe that? You think the courts are completely?
I mean,
oblivious to it?
She's like, I'm done talking.
There's men
She's
that write
done.
into my show every day.
Oh my
just talking
God.
about how much they want to be
Are
fathers.
they on ivory tower?
So I hope it changes, but right now I would
He's
say no.
literally giving her a layup.
Do you
and
think
she's
it's
still
fair
fucking up.
that all of
Also,
the
Pearl, all
young
these men
women
writing
who
to you
were
that want to be fathers, go give them a baby.
This is like fucking, NBA championships. You're standing at the fucking point line and you miss your fucking free throw.
were preyed upon
Yeah, but she's
as
been doing that
minors
all
by
game.
Jeffrey
You know
Epstein
what I mean?
are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up?
Oh,
Damn.
Or was it the female's fault for being preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile?
Oh.
I'm just curious.
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
No.
Oh, you mean like how you brought up freaking Amber Heard and the defamation fucking bullshit, Pearl? What the hell are you talking about?
And it's cheaper to keep her, and it's happy wife, happy life. And
love, laugh.
It does, though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system, especially as it pertains to divorces. But we're talking about a guy who got a sweetheart deal after raping minor girls, and then even after that, multiple administrations, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, engaged in a cover-up, ensuring that those victims would never get justice.
And this has to do with this.
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
Yes.
All right.
Look, that has nothing to do with anything.
It has a lot to do
I
with
think
what
in
we're
fairness,
talking
you gotta admit that's an anecdote too in comparison to the overall statistics.
It's a pretty big anecdote.
He's a big anecdote, but he's also
Is Epstein an anecdote? I don't know
think
about that.
so.
I don't know if I would
It
consider
just
that.
tells you that, like, if you have enough money and power, you can cover up anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
an untouchable anecdote, right? He's
I don't
a
think
little
it's
different than
untouchable.
most-
I think
than
it's
most
super
people.
touchable.
So let's go back to actually hold on. We got 10 seconds, so we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually going to take a break. We're gonna come off of the stage.
All right. So this is their break. Let me fast forward to when they come back. I think that's when they come back here. Missed a bunch of stuff. Where did it start? This is when Gavin
Stop
McGinnis was
doing the
making the
dirty-
jokes about how
Women
Pearl's a mom.
Why
does nobody have to get out there and decide on that?
the situation?
Stop. Bad for men, but also we should do men to the exact same
Well,
place.
because
What is your plan when men
Walking away a raw
men start walking out?
plan per
Okay, here we go.
women by men.
This is it.
Sorry.
What the hell?
Back. A little pyro.
Okay, here we go.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back. We have about 15 more minutes of open debate, and then we're going to get into the final statements. So we'll pick up our open debate. Pearl, I'll let you begin.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
When is that going to happen, though? All men?
Oh, you know what? I had a point to this, which I was really hoping that Anna would bring up, but before the women make the men give up, the AI is going to take over all these fucking jobs that Pearl's talking about. So I
boy.
don't know what the hell
That's a good
she's
point.
talking about, because all of the stuff that she's talking about, like even Amazon, like they're completely becoming automated. AI is taking over the entire industries, all of these industries. So I don't know what Pearl's talking about and
crab
what
fishing.
world.
Women need their crabs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
don't
what
forget about
world
the crabs.
Women be eaten.
World are men are just gonna be like, oh, we're just gonna choose to stop working. It's like, no, bro, you're getting put out of a fucking job anyways.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
Man, she's on them crabs, boy.
Those crab fishing.
I like the crabs. Pearl loves crabs.
She's not letting the crabs
fishes
go.
do you know?
I'd be like, why do you keep mentioning crabs?
Those are dominated by men. They have the physical capacity to do it. Men and women are built differently.
What's your
So you're
plan
right.
when they stop?
I mean, we're going to have a problem.
What's your plan with the AI over, Pearl? That's what I want to know. 'Cause that's what's happening.
Ice road.
Are you suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
Pearl is concerned with the crabs.
That's
Like,
What do
I
you
totally could go for a crab right now. Who wants to go with me?
Not the crab fishing industry. That's not AI taking over. The AI is gonna take over that too, bro. It's called like those robot hands, and they got like the nets, and then they like they just put the freaking net in the water and they bring them out. They don't.
I could use a robot hand right about now.
Get out of doing those
I
jobs.
don't have a plan, Pearl, for a
Feminists
situation in
never
which
do.
men no longer do those jobs.
They never
Maybe you do it. I don't know.
Oh,
What's your plan when men
You're big enough to be a crab fisher.
Yeah.
exactly. You have the hands for it.
You can definitely be a lumberjack, Pearl, for sure. You got this. Pick up an axe, put on your flannel.
I bet you Pearl is a hand crusher.
For sure.
start walking away from marriage? What's your plan?
That's such a hypothetical.
So, do men or women get a raw deal from marriage? Because you just said
What is your
men walking
plan-
away
what
from
is
marriage.
your
So,
plan?
is he culpable for doing that?
What is your plan when men walk away from marriage?
Is he responsible for walking
You're
away from a
changing the
marriage?
topic. What is
Or
your
is
plan?
he just
Pearl
never
means-
guilty of
My
anything?
point is you shit on men.
What Pearl means is like what happens when men just stop marrying women, not like when they walk away from a marriage.
Yeah,
also,
like
Phrasing it wrong.
When did Anna shit on men?
she didn't.
No.
She didn't. But like that's the thing. It's like Pearl thinks like she's a feminist, so she's just like
That's how she's framing it because she needs to get a W in somewhere. She's like, "Why do you think this?" And she's like, "I don't think that. I never said
Yeah.
that." She's like, "But why?"
But that's all what feminists think. So that's what you
Yeah.
think, right? It's like no, that's not what I think at all.
I don't shit on
And
men.
yet,
I love men.
the very microphone you're using was built by men. The
Oh,
building was
come
built by
on,
men.
Pearl. What are we doing?
And there's no
my
gratitude
God.
or appreciation. You just tell them they're not doing enough.
You're from your man.
Well, computers were built by women, Pearl. So here we go. Like, what are we fucking doing here? God damn. Jesus.
Got me. You got me. Yep.
So what's your plan when men start walking away from society?
What do you mean by walking away from society?
When men stop doing the dangerous jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids.
To be quite
What
honest
is
with
your
you,
plan?
if
What the hell is she talking about?
a lot of
Dude,
what ifs.
This is the crazy part is that this is these AI motherfuckers. This is what they want. They want the world that Pearl is talking about. AI, automated robot working everything,
Jerking off, eating cheese.
just jerking off to machines. And then like, having the birth rates be like basically all controlled through like, IVF and like, creating
Surrogates, yeah.
artificial wombs and like
Lab
blah, blah,
babies.
blah. That's the world that Pearl wants. Like, that's that's the thing. Like, it's like she advocates for that because she's constantly like, men shouldn't get married, men shouldn't do this, men.
It's
Like, there's
blackpilling.
nothing for it. It's all black pilling. It's all like this fucking what was it? Dysphoria, not dysphoria.
Yeah, dystopian.
Dystopia. It's a dystopian world that she's advocating for, and then she's like, "It's all the women's fault, though." No,
And
actually,
also,
it's not.
Let's say like women have ruined men's life on some like grand scale. That's like you're also giving the men like no agency. It's like, all right, well then find the women that are better or maneuver around it. Like if men are smarter, better, stronger, which they are, like, you know what I mean? Don't let the women win. I just feel like
Maybe
we're
have
already
some
seeing a
pride.
pendulum swinging back.
Yeah, maybe have some pride. It's like, why would the men give up for their own children? Because if they're still having kids, right? Like we're under the assumption that these men are divorced, have kids, have to pay fucking alimony, have to pay fucking child support, all this stuff. But they don't want a better world for their own children. So they're just giving up on life. They're not going to show up to work. They're not going to show up to like anything. They're just fucking giving up because that's what a good father does, right? Just gives up on life. That's a hell of a lesson.
American men decide they no longer want to do those jobs, very likely our government will import men from countries where they're willing to do those jobs. That's probably how
And
it's going to
what's
work
your plan
out.
when they date American
H1Bs
women
or
and
whatever.
decide to stop too?
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No. I never had
The
any
future
problems.
is not going to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop signing up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Okay.
I mean,
Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society. I think that you have a shallow understanding of what I believe, number one, but more importantly, what the dynamic is between men and women in modern society. You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married
Half of
couples
marriages
tend
end in
to be
divorce.
happier than single individuals.
Right? They're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce
And the
means
other
that the
thing
marriage
is,
didn't work
yeah,
out. Obviously, they're not going to be happy in the middle of a divorce.
Like correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bit.
What?
Okay.
What is she talking about?
You're right, Pearl.
It is weird.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look
It's
at
like the anecdote that you used. The guy married a fucking bitch that ended up killing his dog. Like, what are you talking about, Pearl? I have no idea what she's talking
at
about.
marriage rates,
Food,
which have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true.
From poor individuals, yes.
What's
Do
your point?
you wonder why?
Because women marry rich.
Right.
People forego marriage due to their own personal financial situation.
So women marry for money a lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you something, Pearl.
Men.
Would you be willing to
88
marry a guy
men.
who's poor?
Men.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and
Men.
loved the hell out of him. Best
Damn.
thing in my life.
She didn't answer.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't say no. Pearl didn't say no. Just want to put that out there.
Would you
That's
marry
very-
a guy who is
that's-
broke,
that's very
no
nice,
career,
Anna.
and in debt?
That's
Would
very,
you?
That's
You just
very
said
nice,
short.
Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
the question.
topic.
She keeps going. That's really nice, Anna. That's really nice. Like, what the fuck?
yeah. Why won't she answer the question?
She
Why
should have
won't
just said yes. No one's gonna check.
I know, right? Like,
What the hell? Like, she's not answering. She just keeps going. That's really nice, as if she's attacking her again. But that's not really an attack. Like-
she's so bad at this.
And would you marry a
So,
broke
all
guy in
right,
debt?
All right. So we're going back to the
Would you?
topic.
Really?
Would you?
All right. This is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay. So
I'm
men.
pushing you to answer.
This is called a debate. A debate.
Yeah,
Pearl.
didn't Pearl date a homeless guy? Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Pearl dated a hobo.
Actually, I think
did
she did.
she?
Yeah.
And she moved them, I think, into her parents' house.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I think you guys are right. I remember
No,
something
I
like
remember this.
that from Brittany Venti's video.
Answer a question because
All
you are
right.
judging
Oh my
women, making a
God.
blanket statement
This
of
is
who
the
they
nagging.
would be willing to marry,
The
who they
nagging,
wouldn't be
make it
willing to marry.
stop.
But you're not answering the question.
See
Oh
that? See,
my
that was Pearl's chance
God.
right there. She could have said, "You know what? I was dating a homeless man."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's the way to one up dating somebody in debt. I mean, a homeless guy. Homeless.
I'll see you're in debt, guy, and raise you a homeless man.
Yes. That would be a W. That'd have been her only W.
Oh my god, that would have been so good. And she a missed opportunity, man. Holy shit. She should have brought up the homeless
She's too
dude.
focused on the crabs.
God help
Yourself,
us.
would you be willing to marry
Does
a
your
broke
husband
guy
have
in
to-
debt?
Does your husband have to listen
wouldn't,
to this?
would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves.
Oh my god. She keeps calling her a fucking nag. What the fuck? This is not a debate. This is not a debate.
That's what like unfortunately like kind of stupid guys do when they just don't want to hear anything. It doesn't matter if you're nagging or not. Like it's a way to just shut somebody down. Like, oh, you're a nag. It's like, oh, okay.
The thing that's insane though is like you guys realize like Anna dumbed this down for her.
For reals.
She dumbed down the debate because it was just too bad.
Wow.
It's like, dude, she forgot she's like on a debate stage. This is called a debate. You're supposed to go back and forth. You can't, when someone's making a point, you can't go, oh, you're nagging me. You're nagging. What a nag. That's not a fucking argument.
I'm not gonna lie, like this is giving me hints of like Joe Biden versus Trump, like that one debate. Right? Like
I know that's probably the last like most fucked up debate I watch is that debate. This is as bad as
this
that.
might surpass it, if I'm being honest.
This is a little bit. I think this is worse.
All right,
Can't get
so
enough of
can
it.
I go back
Do you
to the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why not?
Just say no. I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now back to the question.
Love is love.
Men,
Dude, isn't that
mean?
isn't love is love like some LGBTQ
It is.
line? That
It is, yeah.
okay. So now she's like fucking arguing the lefty point. Now she's all not only she's a feminist, she's like an ally.
Well, I mean,
She's
come on,
also an
Nina. I mean, hobo love is still love.
Love is love.
I guess she's not proud of the homeless guy she dated.
88% of the food, the power grid, 93% men, transportation, 95% men.
Men are important in society.
Communications, 90% men. Material production.
I love how Anna's like, men are important to society. No one's arguing that men are not important to society. That's not the debate topic.
That is crazy work, man. Like she's not even
78%
girl
men.
figuring out she's
Software,
doing the work.
80%
A
men.
girl work is
Auto.
like her with a baseball bat on her head and just spinning around. I'm doing it. I'm talking.
It's
Like, why am I so
100%.
dizzy?
Workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you remove the top male-dominated jobs from the economy, you would have no running cars, no housing, no electricity, no open machinery, no materials or fabrics, and no computers. There would be no buildings.
Anna
and
already
no
said men
Amazon
are
delivery.
important. What
I've
are we
never
talking
said
about
that
here?
men are not a very important part of American society.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making
That's what
things
you
up.
want.
What is she?
That's what you want. You want men on the hook for
Okay,
child
Pearl, what
support.
have I
You
said
want men
that
on the
gives
hook
you
for
that
alimony.
impression?
Let her finish
What
this
have I
thought.
said
You
that
want-
gives you that impression?
You want men on the hook for child support. You want men on the hook for alimony.
You want men to not take responsibility for their own children.
You've been on the air for 20 years and you have not advocated for men that
Why
are
would
victims
you?
of paternity fraud. You want men to do all of the work, get no credit for nothing.
I do
And men aren't
political
going to do
news.
Yeah, Anna is a political pundit. Why would she be advocating for paternity
Oh my
fraud?
God.
What the
This is
fuck
crazy work, man.
happening?
You know, why haven't you talked about this thing that you're not interested in?
Like at all. Like she's never freaking done that.
it anymore. They're going to walk away, Anna. They're not
They're
going to do it
walking away,
anymore.
Anna.
Don't
And
worry,
feminists,
Pearl.
as you said, have no plan for when that happens. And I wish
What do you want
luck.
their plan to be? You think it's a feminist responsibility to
happened?
plan for this made-up society where all men decide
You know
they
what's
no
funny?
longer want to
You guys
work?
know what's funny? She actually advocated for left-wing policies the last 20 years. And then she got assaulted by a homeless person.
What does that have to do with the topic?
Because
Was
it
it
was-
your
was
ex?
Yeah, was it your boyfriend?
Oh my God.
No. Oh no.
The result of what you voted for, Anna.
Yeah.
Anna.
First of all,
And so,
No
and want to know why? Because
you think
Anna,
I voted?
Because,
Hold on.
Because,
You
because,
think I voted
because,
for homeless people
because-
to go around
all right, so
sexually assaulting
Anna,
people?
Because Anna
By the
was.
way, I got sexually assaulted
Do you know
by
what's- do
a
you know what's-
guy.
all
Was
right,
that
all right.
was
So,
that
do you know what
his
the other crazy
responsibility?
thing
Was that
is?
something that he did, or was that my fault too?
All right. So the other crazy thing
Wow.
is that
Wow.
Anna complains that women's opinions aren't taken seriously, while a whole event was catered around her opinion. The other thing that's crazy,
what are you talking about?
Is Anna complains about women being oppressed, and yet she had less experience than her co-host at the Young Turks.
Hold on. Hold on. What were my complaints about women being oppressed? Can you be specific?
All right.
What did I say? Go ahead and quote me. Go ahead and quote me, because you make shit up and you just think like it's going to stand. You've never had a strong woman challenge your bullshit assertions. So go ahead and tell me, what have I complained about?
Okay.
Give me the quote.
The nagging. You said women's opinions are not taken seriously.
When did I say that?
In a YouTube video.
There's 2 women on this stage right now for the headline event.
Oh my God, are we gonna end?
Yes.
Damn.
When have I said women's opinions don't get taken seriously?
It's
You
kind
just
of
make
like
it
the
up.
roundabout. This is like eternal nagging.
What is your plan for when the
there she
80%
goes.
of women who work in the healthcare industry no longer want to do it? What's your plan?
I have a plan.
Yeah, what's your plan?
Let's give the jobs to the men. They'll do it better. Because we see
Oh
what's
my
happening
God,
in the-
the seal clap of the men in the crowd is so cringe.
Hand crusher is loving it. Yeah.
Fucking Pearl. Yeah.
I'll be a nurse. I love cleaning up shit. Let me do that.
You tell him, Frost.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would love to handle 3-pound babies in the ICU and the NICU.
Jesus.
Give that job to a man. Okay.
Fucking retarded, man.
media. Women fly planes, they crash them.
I feel like this debate is making me dumber.
Women almost burned down California.
What is she talking about?
People are dying because they want to make women feel better. People literally.
What I'm curious about is whether or not the Pick Me Act ever resorted into anything positive for
Damn.
Are you done?
Damn.
I'm not.
Murder.
So I'm not either.
Somebody fucking call 911, man, because there's been a fucking murder. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I like how she's like, "Are you done?" She's like, "No, I'm not."
Okay, keep going.
Now, the other thing is, women fly planes, they crash them.
Oh,
Women
what is
aren't
she talking-
CEOs.
What
they
are the
quit.
stats on
most
that?
Female.
What are the
most
stats
female
on
that-
that?
It's like
She did the plane thing like 3 times. It's like she's waiting for the crowd to be like seal clapping for her or something, and nothing's happening. So
I
she's
can't hear my likes.
Oh my God.
feminists. They want stats that say water is wet. The
Yeah,
sky
I
is
want
blue.
empirical evidence
Right,
to
because
back up your arguments.
because you want to be in control of telling people what to think and how to feel.
No, I want to be in reality.
Yes.
I want to live
reality.
in a fact-based reality that
Objective
requires
reality.
empirical evidence,
I don't think
not
Pearl
your
recovers from this.
assertions.
300. We all saw that plane crash on the East Coast. No one's making that up, Anna.
You do better when you're reading off your paper, so I'll give you some time to do that.
Damn.
In the future, because I'm sure you'll find yourself in more
All
of
right,
these
what
debates,
Back to her paper.
I actually think that you could be an incredible debater, but you need to look at the broader picture,
Oh my
not just
God,
rely
the
on
nagging,
anecdotes,
the
and don't
nagging.
make things up out of
Nagging.
full cloth.
Okay.
Wow.
Feminism empowered women. I'll take the tip. Thank you. Feminism empowered women to sign up for previously male-dominated careers that they quit. 48 to 73% of female lawyers, depending on the type of firm, quit either as junior associates.
I love that, Anna gave her that advice because it was great advice. But also, like, you can see how like feminine and like how motherly she is. Like her mother instinct like kind of kicked in, and she's like, "Let me mother you for a bit. Like, I need some guidance here."
The fact that she took the papers. Oh no! Like you took the bait.
Damn.
Totally.
are at mid-career. 1/4 of them cite workload, burnout, mental health. 73% of women who got engineering degrees in the past 15 years either have never entered the field professionally or quit early mid-career. 55% of all female accountants quit before or at their mid-level career. The attrition rate for women in STEM is approximately 50%. These companies often bend over backwards to get women hired to the point of discrimination against male qualified candidates. Then women quit because they don't want to work the long hours or deal with the levels of stress for an extended period of time, with women being 2.5 more likely to take antidepressants than men. The money and prestige isn't worth it to them. They prefer lower pay, lower workload, and higher job security. Feminism has empowered women to go to college and take out loans they can't afford for career paths that will not generate them income to pay off those loans.
Men have higher debt than women.
Right, because
they do.
Because women put their biggest expenses on their husband's credit card.
Oh, we need a fact check.
According to Experian, and they look and
women are
account for those
85%.
factors
Women
that
are
you just
85%
mentioned.
of women are
Hold
85% of consumer spending. We lead when it comes to luxury brands.
Men have more mortgage debt, car loan debt, personal credit card debt,
Right, because they're
personal
expected to provide. Women make 80% of consumer buying decision. Again, if feminists
You're talking
really cared
about
about
people who are
equality,
married.
they
What
would
about
provide for the
single
men.
women,
What
single
are we
men?
talking about here? Are we talking about single households? Are we talking about married households?
I've never used my husband's credit card. I don't even have it. I don't know. That's a strange concept to me, but
they would what?
Where's
Sorry, I
king
missed
treatment,
that.
fellas?
Sorry, can you repeat
If
that?
feminists cared about equality, they would provide for the men. But yet, that is a small minority of women.
Did you hear what she just said? If feminists cared about equality, they would provide for the men.
She is so dumb.
That's not equality, Pearl. Do you understand what equality means?
She housed a hobo, so she is the living example of that.
That is true.
Oh, you're right. She wants to provide for the hobo men. So she's like,
she's
right.
Make a wish puss.
I mean, the cost is you got to sleep with her. I mean,
oh God.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Honestly, your whole shtick is women should bend over backwards and do everything they can for men.
Yeah.
My argument.
I'm an egalitarianist.
Hold on. My argument is that men and women are both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should both be treated with respect. They both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work, we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not
women.
What's going on? World War debate is in the chat on X. What's going on, guys?
Woo!
Good to see you. We're really enjoying this debate. It was a great debate.
Very fun.
And I really like what this whole thing is. So I commend you guys for this thing. I'm looking forward to watching more debates.
Yeah, absolutely.
People are talking about it.
To put the onus and responsibility of everything onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
Women
I never said that they weren't.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal amount of
I don't
work.
understand why Pearl is going off the assumption that Anna is like a fourth wave feminist that hates men. Like, it's like, dude, do you know who?
That's what all of her talking points are angled towards. She doesn't have like she didn't adjust her points to like a normal person or
She
even
needs to understand who she's debating. It's like do some research, man. Like, I don't understand why she didn't know who she's debating.
Men have invented the majority of the inventions. Men have started Fortune 500 companies. Men do the majority of the infrastructure job. Men produce 90% of
scrubbing the toilets
80%
after
of the
work?
food supply, 90% of the world's stuff.
Who's changing the diapers?
Not women.
Who's
Not
raising
women. They're
the
not having
children
kids.
after
Women aren't
working
having kids,
all
so
day
women
long?
aren't doing it. Daycare workers now, to be honest, it's not the moms.
The Somalians?
Not everyone.
Is it the Somali daycare workers that are taking care of the kids? I didn't think there was any kids over there.
Grew up in an affluent household like you. They need a dual income household in order to make ends meet in this economy.
Anna, you
live
talk,
in reality for
Anna,
one day
you
in your
talk,
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
What, bitch? What do you do for a living?
Wow.
I also talk, but I can acknowledge it's not that hard of a job.
Talk a lot of
where
bullshit.
Bring it out, Anna. You give it to her, girl. Yes. Oh my God. There's so much burns.
You pretend it's more important than it is.
Right. Okay.
Well, since there were only about 30
Dude,
seconds
she just
left,
insulted herself. You pretend it's more important than it is. So, like, after all of this stuff, like, I've interviewed thousands of people, and like, that's what I do for a living, and it's so important, but like, it's not that important at all. Let's make a joke about it.
But also, she started with the fact that this guy, this veteran, wanted to kill himself, right? Because of what happened to him. And then she says, "Oh, you're taking this too serious."
That's what I'm saying. It's like all of that, and now she's dissing herself and her entire point by being like, what we do is not even that important. Okay.
we'll just call it there. All right, good job. Give these debaters
all
a
right.
round.
Yeah, just call it.
Done.
All right, we have 5-minute closing statements where you will not attack each other or call each other names. Anna, you're first.
I'm just going to go ahead and read what I couldn't get to in my opening statement, if you don't mind. Taking advice from someone like Pearl will ensure that you will be lonely and incredibly sad.
Miserable.
If you have this dark view of an entire sex, nearly 50% of the country, I can't imagine living day to day being a happy person. I don't know what Pearl actually believes. Part of me feels like this is a shtick. But I'm going to take what you say at face value and just think you genuinely believe it. And if you do genuinely believe it, I actually feel really bad for you.
Oh, wow.
If you think women in general fit in this weird description where they're looking to take advantage of people, where they're looking to rip people off, where they're looking to get married only to divorce and steal a man's money, you live in an alternate universe.
Yeah.
Sometimes divorces are ugly. Sometimes there are bad women who make things up, who lie about rape, and there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
The difference between you and me is that I think the bad behavior of women deserves consequences, just like the bad behavior of men deserves consequences. That's what equality is.
One's not.
What you're advocating for is a society in which men get away with everything, and women get blamed for everything.
Yep.
That's it. I mean, what else am I going to say?
All right, that was her close.
Well done, Ana Kasparian.
Yeah.
I can go.
You might as
All
well.
right.
Jump in there.
Feminists are mainly white, middle-class female liberals who have no idea how the real world works and yet want to advise you on how to live in it. Let me go through your complaints. Feminists want control over their bodies. You win.
Look at this. Like, what the hell kind of right?
It's
she's got like
it's a
squiggles on
ransom
her.
note for when she captures Anna.
I mean,
This looks fucked up. She looks like it's like a 5-year-old's letter. It's like,
You have 12 types of birth control, and you can actually Uber Eats a Plan B. You have abortion on demand, and in the states that it's not, it's simply a weekend trip. You have aborted an eighth of the world population.
you know what? Like, she could have gone to that during the debate instead of bringing alimony and child custody up a fucking million times. Why didn't you go to like abortion and, like all those other things that you're bringing up now?
You win. Feminists wanted to fight against rape culture. You win. If a woman is raped, assaulted, or if she revokes consent after the fact, she has the power to get a man fired from his job, kicked out of school, or thrown in jail. You won, feminists. Women want to be free of traditional gender roles. Fine. Men invented the dishwasher, the Roomba, the air fryer, fast food, and Uber Eats. There are meal prep services and cheap restaurants. You win. Women wanted to have a career first and get married later in life. Men allowed women to come into the workforce and have millions of dollars in funding, pushing women into male-dominated fields and scholarships, and invented IVF to give us another 5 years of fertility. The husbands pay for the IVF, and they are pushing to get it taxpayer funded. You win. Women wanted to be sexually liberated instead of getting married. Men invented Tinder and Hinge.
In Canada, they now offer the first year of IVF for free, part of your medical MSP.
Wow. And you know what? She's blaming women specifically on things that I think you should be blaming, like social conditioning and propaganda on.
Yeah.
Because men and women have both been brainwashed into thinking they can put off marriage and babies till
And even
35 plus.
I mean, how many times do you hear that like these men, especially like young men that go to college, are advocating for the women that they fucking knock up to go get abortions? Not all men want them to keep the baby either. They're all like, yeah, I'll pay for it. Go get the fucking abortion. I don't want that shit.
So random men can literally come to your door. The men from your hometown are not good enough. Men invented social media so you can get flown out by the highest status men in the world. Women did not want to work labor jobs. Fine. Men invented social media so you can talk into a microphone and get paid. You can now work from home so you can have a family and be a mom. You can make money selling your nudes on the internet and become a billionaire. Women did not want to give birth. Fine. Men invented surrogacy so another woman can do it for you. Women wanted to be thin without working out. Now you have Ozempic. You want to look younger? Fine. Men invented Botox, hair dye, filters on your phone, nose jobs, Anna knows, plastic surgery, lash extensions, makeup, and AI to make you look thinner.
You
win.
should look into it.
You can now wait till 40 to have a baby, freeze your face, work in an air-conditioned office, earn a living sitting on your
By the way, the guy was like, don't attack each other. Pearl fired the first shot there. Anna, that was a retaliation.
Getting fat, spending money you don't have, marry someone to pay it off, divorce him, put him on alimony and child support, get a Roomba, abort your kid, have unprotected sex on camera, get paid for it, order any cooked food to your door, get a self-driving car, and then complain to men that they caused you to be lazy and fat. You are now empowered to have 10 abortions, bang 300 men, take a DEI position that pays $300K a year, Uber Eats a Plan B, study underwater basket weaving, and get sympathy when your degree pays no money.
To be honest,
you
can pick one of those
progressive women.
You can't do all of them.
What the fuck is underwater basket weaving?
Something she made up.
It's something people say when they're like, oh, that's a very actually old, like, I guess, catchphrase. Like, you know, like it's like a boomer catchphrase for when a woman like majors in something useless. Like, that's underwater basket weaving. Like,
so that's how you know she's getting her talking points from grandma to Mossy, because she wouldn't know that.
It's an old man thing to
That
say.
is
It's
true.
an old man thing to say.
It was old during my time.
Yeah. Like my dad said that all the time.
I'd never heard that until now. Like right now.
It's an old man phrase.
Women that have no idea how good they have it. You guys will never be happy until men are nothing but empty shells who are slaves to the system, fueled by feminists' selfishness, spending habits, and poor choices. Feminists don't care about equality because if they did, there would be equal rights for men. There would be equal men's shelters. There would be equal funding for men's cancer. There would be real equality. I checked 20 different feminist websites and have not found one that mentioned a single issue that asked.
I love baskets too, Erica. I was just thinking that.
I do too. They're great for just like the holidays, really anything.
Putting stuff in them.
For men to be equal. It only asks for special treatment. Feminism has empowered women to destroy this country through the death of 1,000 cuts. Feminism is not about equality, it's about insidious domination. It has been a slow creep to where women are complaining about their non-existent oppression. Men have figured this out because they're highly adaptive and the math is not mathing. I am curious to know feminists' plan when men refuse to stop providing, protecting, and maintaining the civilization you enjoy corrupting.
Don't worry about it, girl. The AI is going to rescue society. Don't worry about it.
Feminists are about to fuck around and find out. Feminists
This was written by an
Feminists have
angry
won.
man.
You destroyed every single
Yeah.
male group that used to be strictly for men. Like
This is Grandma Tomasi's email to Pearl. Here you go. I wrote up your fucking closing argument for
The
you.
hand crusher wrote this whole thing.
You know what? You're probably right. It's probably the hand crusher.
Boy Scouts. You can falsely accuse men of rape, harassment, and endless lawsuits. Feminists have more political power, voting power, and spending power than any other group. Everybody caters to you. Corporations cater to you because women are the primary purchasers. Politicians because they need the vote. Men have to pay child support to a rapist. Men are not believed when they're abused. Men have to die at work and at war. Men have to pay child support for 18 to 21
How
years.
many men die at
Men
work?
have to register in selective service.
many.
Men are
What is she talking about? Like half the stuff, I'm like, what is she talking
You want
about,
no
man?
men dying ever again.
This
Eternal
is
life
how-
for all men.
This is how like Pearl thought she's gonna win the debate. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna stand here and ramble on for 5 minutes. And no one's gonna say anything to me in my closing statements, and that means I'm gonna win the debate. Like, dude, no.
are not given additional consideration for college admissions, jobs, opportunities, and scholarships. Children are not DNA tested at birth, leading to paternity fraud, which is not prosecuted at all. And men will more than likely deal with this in their lifetime. Men are the majority of the homeless. Men are the majority of the suicides.
You should
Women can
know.
hit men, and men can't hit back. Feminism
More homeless.
has empowered women to destroy men, and congratulations, 1.6 million men have committed suicide. What more do you want, Anna?
You should have been like,
What the fuck? Why is that
All right.
for Anna?
That
Mic
is
drop.
the debates.
All
Let's
your
give it
fault,
a
Lisa.
big hand for these two debaters.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, there we go, you guys. We got through it. Well done. Well done, both ladies. Well, definitely one of
wow.
them. Not so much.
Did it,
the
guys.
The debate was fun. It was a fun watch. Pearl didn't do well after the fact, though. I guess she's gone through some of the things that have come up since the debate. I guess she like maybe rewatched it or whatever. She did a stream where she said this after the fact.
I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men, but I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
What?
I will. Yeah.
She wanted to beat up Anna.
Well, yeah, because she humiliated her, right? I mean,
Yeah. I know, but I have this fear in me of the police. I never want to like get in trouble in that way.
Dated
You know,
so many black guys. She doesn't want to.
the older you get, I'm like, do you know what? I could catch a charge.
That's the only reason she didn't do it. Is
I
'cause
don't
she
think her.
thinks she's
I don't
going-
think her career recovers from this at all.
You don't think so? I think she's
Really?
gonna be fine.
I think she might have lost more support than than before the debate.
Here's another one.
She might. I think she lost a lot of.
In the debate, I'm like, the only reason you can talk like this is because there's security right there. I could beat your ass. Like I am a tall.
Kinda, but hold on, she does hang out with a lot of black people. Maybe she's trying to sound tough.
Is that?
I'm sure that's what it is.
I think this is like a giant cope for her. Like she's
But also,
like
with that said,
hard
though, I mean,
coping.
she is like 7 foot tall. I mean, she could beat the shit out of Anna. I mean,
Yeah, but it's a debate, not what like Russell Hall wanted. Like
Maybe
it's
she'll
not the
pivot
freaking
into, like,
UFC.
into boxing. Maybe she'll pivot and be like a female boxer.
you know what though? That doesn't require a lot of thinking. So sure.
Or talking. Yeah.
Well, feminism helped out with that. Title IX. She has the she has the opportunity to go and become a female athlete.
No, I really don't. I think she's going to lose a lot of supporters, man, because of this debate. I think it made it look too bad. I think, like, I'd feel stupid if I were a fan of hers and then watching this shit.
Mhm.
Like, I'd have to question my own intelligence, right? Like,
But I don't know, man, because I was hearing those seal claps in the stadium that Chrissy was in, or not stadium, but in the crowd.
well, no,
So
there's
I
always
would
gonna be stupid people, but
that's what's going on, because even the audience or the commentary was like very pro Pearl, like after the fact, versus Anna. Like they were just like, oh yeah, Pearl did great. And I was like, did we watch the same debate? Because
trying to
freaking
catch
Anna got
up. Whereas like Anna doesn't need this. Like she didn't need this for her brand or to look good or to make more money or
no,
to get job opportunities. Like
not at all.
and if you look at the two Twitter accounts, like Anna barely mentions this event after the fact, whereas Pearl, it's all like, here's my highlight reel. Look,
Yeah, she moved on. Anna's already moved on.
Yeah.
She's already doing it. Like she did a debate earlier today on Pierce Morgan because she has more important things to do. She's like,
on
I'm
to the
done
next
with
thing.
this.
Yeah.
I mean, in a weird way, I think Anna might be embarrassed by this too, because it was so beneath her, right? Like it was so
It was so bad. Do you think she was expecting it? I don't think she was expecting it to be this bad. Is probably
oh
what it
no,
was.
not at all. In fact, I remember when Venti put out that post and Anna responded.
Oh
and,
yeah.
You know, and Anna said like, "Oh yeah, I watched your videos, but I didn't even need them.
Yeah.
I didn't even need them."
Oh man.
It was so funny. Okay, so Pearly Things accidentally revealed her agenda for her post-debate cope stream. Her excuses include that she only took the debate because she needed money. Someone had to do it. It's contrary to her nature to insult people. She learned too much beforehand. She had too many papers in front of her, and she is understaffed.
Wow, the
These
cope
are
is
her-
crazy.
Yeah,
What
this
would the
is her
staff
cope.
have done? Run up during the debate and be like, say this.
Yeah, pretty much.
This. Yeah.
Well, I think that's how she does conduct her interviews like that, though, because she always has like the little earpiece, and like her producer, I think, is like feeding her info. So I think maybe that's what she wants.
Wow,
Like she
must
wants
be
someone to
nice.
feed her info.
I can't even afford AirPods.
You're so funny. There you go. There's oh my god, she admitted that she lost. That's kind of sad.
But she gained experience.
Well, I mean, what else was she going to say? That she won?
Oh, okay. So it says where I went wrong. I learned too much and brought too many stats. You didn't bring any stats.
I brought too many stats?
I don't think she brought a single stat. I learned, or so where is it? I need
because I think what she's trying to say is she had like all of her points, her stats were like her points, like her below, and that those were all written down on the paper instead of in here, instead of like through her.
See, this is one of those things where it's like, you know what, in high school when you would like study for the SAT, you could either memorize or you could retain the information. If you didn't retain the information, you would get fucked when you go to the SAT and they ask you a question that's not really like phrased in the way that you studied it and you memorized it. This is how you know that Pearl has not retained the information, because she's just like parroting off like these talking points or whatever, but it's not.
Well, probably because she didn't write them herself.
Yeah, it's probably like Grandma Tomasi or Hand Crusher. I'm sorry, I don't know that guy's name.
Whoever said the underwater basket weaving is who wrote her arguments.
Exactly. I need canned responses to her being a bitch. What does that mean? What is
like a clap back? She felt like she didn't know what to say to clap back at her. She's like, I need a.
She froze. She froze.
So what she's saying is she did no homework whatsoever.
But also, how can you do homework on clapbacks? Like that just comes to you or it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it's easy when you know your opponent, right? Like if you know them really well, you can do that.
She should be like, girl, you dated a homeless person. Like, of course you know homeless statistics.
I learned and I prevail.
That's good. That's positive.
There were something where I cooked. There were times
there were
when
parts where I
where
cooked. Where she was reading off the paper of what someone else wrote for her. Yeah, that she did really well at that.
Anna was controlling the framing and you accepted the framing. That's not true. I spread myself too thin.
Told her that.
I have too much respect for full-time debaters.
So much respect. Yeah, it's a real skill because it's a very masculine skill, I think.
She has a machine, and I have 3 people. We were understaffed. She has a machine?
I don't think anybody helped Anna prepare for the debate, though.
She's talking about the Young Turks.
Oh, but Anna is a machine herself. Like, she knows this shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is like her bread and butter, man.
Yeah, like what about 20 years of doing this that she not understand, right?
Right. Like that's such a like taking away from it. Like this is what like, oh, she's screaming basically like DEI at Anna. It's like, oh, you have no fucking credibility here. It's like you're just that girl that's just gotten hired. What was this thing? I took the debate for money. What?
And like, did you explain that this is something that came up on one of Pearl's streams like by accident? Like she showed this is I don't think she was intending to show this to people. This was something.
Yeah, this was the Cope stream that somebody screenshotted. The same one that we just played.
Wow.
Where she was like threatening to beat up Anna. This like randomly was shown by accident. But this what we are struggling,
meaning like she needs the money.
She needs the money. Ouch.
Maybe she got cut off.
Things
hey, I
we
mean,
want
too
to
many
get?
homeless guys, man.
She's like, if you bring one, I told you, if you bring on one more homeless guy, we get through. No more trust fund.
You're cut off.
You're cut off.
We're about to pick a documentary team this month. Okay. I would love to full-time. I would
These are
love
her
2
bullet points
full-time
under
editors.
her things we want to get.
Yeah. I wanted to submit our sources ahead of time. I was scared. I hate crowds. I hate public speaking. Counterintuitive. I hate being assertive. I do
This
things
the same
annoying.
girl that we're talking about.
Does she mention crabs anywhere?
Yeah, I like thinking how much I love crabs.
I do these annoying nervous laughs. I wish I could stop. Oh, yeah, there was like a lot of nervous laughter. I could see that. My body language.
Body
I
language is
hate
fine.
mean people. You are mean people,
same
Pearl.
one.
You are mean people.
Hurt
This is why
people
people
hurt
dislike
people.
you. This is so true, Chrissy. Hurt people hurt people. I hate mean people. You are the mean girl, Chrissy. Or not Chrissy. Pearl. I am trying to be nice to you, Pearl. If you're watching this, for the love of God, be nice. Like people won't hate you if you're
Not
nice.
too late either. It's not too late to like turn over.
No. Just stop listening to Grandma Tomasi, man. Seriously, just jump off that train. They don't like you, Pearl. They're never going to like you.
But more importantly, just be yourself. And if that doesn't fit in a perfect little red pill box, that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there are better people than me to do debates. That's definitely true. It's definitely true. But you can get good at it if you practice. Like
I
anybody
respect
can
that she
debate.
took this knowing it was out of her comfort zone because that's how people grow.
I do that. I do too, Chrissy. I think that that was brave of her. It's good that she did that, but she did fail miserably.
Yeah, and hopefully she learned a valuable lesson, right? Like next time, if she has a debate, she'll do some homework. She'll come in prepared.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Be a good human. You can be a good human, man. Like you don't have to be mean to people. You can be kind, Pearl. Like you know how like Pearl, you know how you make these threads? Like look at how these women look versus then and now, and like when you're 16, you look way better than when you're 40 or like whatever. Unnecessary. These are unnecessary things to do. You're just doing it for clicks. And if you don't like mean people, then don't be a mean person.
But you just said it right there, right? Like I don't know if Pearl is really mean or not. I don't know if she's a good person or not. She had, like Anna said, she has a shtick, right? And that's it. She has a certain act that basically that's all we know about her. Right?
Yeah.
So
and I think maybe that like that's why she's mean to everyone, because she thinks like if I'm mean to everyone, it's like a strategy. Like if I push everyone away, then no one can push me away. Like
well, but it's worse than that, because she's trying to cater to a base, right?
Mm.
She's doing this all for money and for show. So it's not even that I don't even know if she's hurt. She's probably not even hurt by any of this. She's just fake. And that's her
She is
problem.
fake. She's
Mm.
very disingenuous. Word
No one knows who
4.
Pearl really is, except the hobos.
Word Debate says we have had a fighter in the league challenge Chrissie. No pressure. You're gonna do it?
Oh, me debate?
Ooh,
No,
are you
I'd
gonna get
rather
on the
rather
stage?
roast if I had to, or do like fun commentary.
Yeah, fun. You should definitely be one of those fun commentary people. I
Oh,
think
yeah,
you do
that
a
would be
really good job with that. That would be I think you would be better than Gavin. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna put it
I
out
would be
there.
sober. Oh, Gavin's very funny.
He is his moments. The roast battle. A roast battle. That would be good. Well, thank you guys for joining me tonight. It was a really fun stream. We went through all of that and the pre, the post, all of
Yes.
it, all of the debate coverage. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Chrissie, what's going on with you next? What do you got going on?
Yeah, just big shout out to Word Debate for putting on an awesome event. Really, really like all these guys are very smart and cool, and they've got great ideas. And I'm very excited to see what happens in the next one. So everybody follow them because I'm excited to see who they've got coming up. Let's see. I have a couple of Nightmare shows. What's tomorrow? Okay, it's Thursday already. Of course, Friday Night Tights tomorrow at 4 p.m. on Nerdrotics channel. Sunday is I was about to say Sunday Night Tights. Simpcast on my channel at 9 p.m. And then I have a comedy club holiday party that for some reason is in January. And then very funny comedian Joe Curry will be on Nightmare next Thursday, the 22nd. So look out for that. And I'm working on a bunch more things. Thank you, Nina. This was fun.
This was so fun. And Ward Debate says Chrissie was amazing. It was great meeting her. And you're right. Big shout out to
Very cool.
That is really cool that you stopped by in the chat. That was really cool to see you guys. And I truly enjoyed it. And I think I was saying at the beginning of the show, I think this is a cool thing that you guys have made for people coming out of high school and college and they want to like pursue a professional debate career. There's never been anything like this. We kind of need something like this that's kind of like mainstream and debaters and just like everybody coming out. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's good to get out of your house. It's good to meet people. It's good to like have plans too.
And I mean, you can kind of see it too, like in terms of like Pierce Morgan Uncensored, like you can see like people really like watching debates and like seeing things like that. So it's cool to see like actually people like on a stage debating in person, like, you know, that way you can't hide behind that camera. The comfortable thing of the camera and the tweets and like all that stuff, the screens, the keyboard, that goes away. So when you're like standing across somebody and really debating them, that's
blankie.
Different energy. Exactly. World War I. Oh, World War II is coming up soon. That's funny. Are you guys gonna change it every time? That's cool. I like that. That's cool. Okay. Well, Verbal, what do you got going on next?
Yeah, guys, tomorrow VRL 6 p.m. PST and Flashcast Saturday nights 7:30 PST.
Nice. And thank you so much, Mr. Tickletrunk, for being here. You guys have been all awesome. Special thanks to those of you who super chatted, became a member, gifted memberships, all that good stuff. Rumble Rants too. Thank you so very much for all of the donations. And what do I got going on? Obviously, Fridays, the Good News Show. Come and hang out with me if you guys are interested in getting white pills, because I'm sick of the red and black pills. We need some white pills once in a while. And also, we've had over 700 people watching across all 3 platforms. Make sure you guys smash the like, share the stream, all that good stuff. And before you leave a comment for the YouTube and Rumble algorithms, because the AI needs to know that you guys enjoyed the show. So let me know who you guys thought won the debate, which, by the way, we had a poll and the audience did vote as well, and the audience said, I believe Anna won like 72% or something like that. It was
Oh, that's not that much.
Wait, Pearl got votes?
Yeah, I guess she
Really?
got some votes. I don't know why it's
Were those like sympathy votes? Like what's happening?
what is it?
here?
Why is it like when I closed the poll, it didn't pop up like the number? Like this was the thing. I thought it usually does that. Does it not do that? That's weird. Oh well. I just thought it said 72% for Anna. So I guess she did get votes. What? Chrissy, you're going to accuse me of being a layer and back out of the Good to know.
Oh, this is someone I just muted on Twitter, so he's probably just trying to get out right now.
Oh, you're trying. Oh, okay, they're trying to egg you on. Okay, sorry about that.
I can't be egged.
Anna got 72% and Pearl got 28%.
Oh,
That's insane.
Wow, Pearl actually got some votes, you guys. That's kind of crazy.
Man, people say I'm high all the time. What the fuck?
You know what? Maybe it was like, gold star points there. Like just,
A for effort.
Vote, A for effort. Vote for showing up and going on there. And that's it. But that's it. So thank you guys so very much for checking out the show tonight. And we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye.